Hello. Get out, you did it. What did I do? I did what? Oh, you thought I'd be partying it up, huh? What do you take me for? Some vagrant? New microphone? Yeah, I found out that the last stream, the microphone that was giving me issues was a corrupt memory card. Fry, moderator Fry, the God Emperor himself, he identified that almost instantaneously. Just found this channel. I'm hooked. Thank you for reading. You're welcome, GMB. Good to see you, bro. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you guys for being here. You could be anywhere tonight. And you're staying in with me. Or maybe you're out. Maybe you got me on the speaker to all of Times Square. Hello, Times Square. Let's go. Nothing like spooky stories on New Year Eve. 2026, baby. It's our year. Years, they come in cycles of 13. The last good year, it was 2013. That's when GTA 5 came out. And now we're in 2026, when GTA 6 will come out. Can you guys believe that? 13 years later, that's all it took. Hope this year will be better. Listen, even if it's not, even if things become catastrophically terrible from wars and, you know, the economy crashing, understand that some people actually have a really good time eating cow shit. So if you just change your perspective a little bit, we can still have a thriving, good old time. Just know, man, you inspire me because I only have 6 days to live due to cancer, so just know you made me a happy man. What? Wait, what? 6 days to live? What? What are you talking about? What's going on? Listen, you at the gym. Gotta end the year strong. You gotta get the pump in, baby. I was thinking about buying some, some eggnog tonight and drinking that as we stream, but honestly, I just didn't even want to deal with alcohol. So, we're just drinking Sprite and tap water. Arguably worse for you, honestly. My goal this year is getting fatter than I was last year. Isn't it crazy how easy it is to fatten up? It's like all of our ancestors fought so hard to get food. Honestly, I think we would be skinnier if we were closer related to like the tree monkeys that apparently we came from. Jonah, welcome back for 10 months. Says, can you wish Shaughnessy W a happy new year for me? Happy New Year, Shaughnessy. Is that how you say it? I hear I lost many friends drunk driving since the 90s. Stay home or Uber, y'all. Yeah. Crazy shit. Out there in the roads. You gotta be careful, man. Drinking cream soda slushies. That sounds amazing. Hi, everyone. Been a while since I joined one of these. New Year, new me. Let's go, baby. We're leaving 2012 in the past, and this is 2013 is our year. You've been lucky enough to keep the weight up. Yeah, just eat your protein, baby. Every morning, get the eggs in. 6 eggs. Right out the gate. Yum, 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 yum. Avocado. Mixed berries. Black coffee. We should do those Roblox stories. We have Roblox stories? Maybe there's some Roblox stories in there. Anything cool happen on Roblox? 99 nights in the forest. Oh my god. Oh, what's up, Beth? My fellow Let's Read patrons. Dick Clark will be hosting Rockin' Eve tonight. Thank God. Thank God for Big Dick. What will we do without you? The monster of girth himself, Dick Clark. Out there braving the elements. Hey, Nightmare Files, what's up, bro? Which actually reminds me, I gotta read the one thing for Saturn Soul. You know how like I do the promos for it? Not really helping that much, but you know, we give it a try. If you haven't checked it out, there's a new Saturn Soul video. If you haven't subscribed, it's my true crime channel. New true crime video. It's the World War II serial killer who terrorized London. If you've listened to everything, you probably already heard it here, but during the wartime blackouts of 1942 London, a killer exploited the darkness meant to protect the city from bombs. Women were attacked in their own homes and on dimly lit streets, often with terrifying speed and brutality. The press named him the Blackout Ripper, a figure who seemed to vanish as easily as he appeared, hidden by air raid sirens, shadows, and fear. You didn't know I had that channel? Yeah, dude, I don't know how to, like, what do you think, like, the best way to promote it? Because I feel like I've promoted it quite a bit, but do you do any recent stuff? 8 days ago, 3 cre- Oh, okay, normal. No. Oh, the backstory of Pennywise. Interesting. Robert the Doll really haunted. What is Robert the Doll? Looks like a little gremlin. Speaking of, there's apparently a serial killer right now in Houston. Dude, there always seems to be some sort of killer roaming around in Texas. Isn't the Houston serial killer the one that's like dumping bodies in the water or whatever, or is like killing young men? He's like a gay killer. Oh yeah, Nightmare Files. I was just looking at your videos just to see what you've been working on. It's kind of tough, like, switching back and forth between, like, true scary stories and true crime stuff, because kind of, like, splits the audience a little bit. Oh, look at this one. 2 months ago, Ed Gein's real voice and footage. Oh, it's just a 2-minute video. Yeah. 24 minutes till read time. No, I tried to put, like, a countdown to midnight. It didn't really work. I don't think it can do like hourly increments or something like that. A Key West legend of a famous writer cursed by his nanny that doesn't age. What are you talking about? Happy New Year's, everyone. Much love. Also, I'm spending it indoors. So glad you streamed today. Yeah, glad to have you. Honestly, I wanted to get... I mean, I'm going to make a video either way, but I had friends saying they were going out, but honestly, just... yeah. Joel, what are the recent gains? Well, you know, I'm going to the gym 5 days this week because the previous week I missed, so today was just more of like a PT sort of stretch day slash and just like did bicep triceps just because. But the other days I'm staying consistent, you know, the typical push-pull, upper lower splits between 4 days. And honestly, I mean, I guess on the hack squat, you know, I'm doing like 10 reps with 3 plates and a 10. That makes me feel strong, right? It is tough though. What's up, Shorn? They found over 30 bodies in the river. Holy shit. Do you think they're all related? Do they have like an MO? Do you think maybe it's the cops? Do you think maybe like one of the cops like figures out the MMO or the MO modus operandi of the killer and then just copies it to throw people off the trail? What games do you play when not telling good stories, man? I've been playing Arc Raiders more again, Hearthstone Battlegrounds, but I hated Arc Raiders and now I kind of got back into it with a friend and started upgrading my benches for once. And it does make life a lot better when you can, like, actually build stuff. But I kind of dislike that about the game. It's like you gotta, like, do a bunch of stupid quests first. Tedious. It's a lot of tedium, you know? But the battles, the fights that we have, especially if you have, like, a good pistol, is pretty fun. It's almost like it creates, like, an exponential amount of, like, fun. Are we drinking tonight? You drinking? Let's go, baby. I'm not drinking. I'm just having some 7-Up, zero shug. You never know what people do for internet fame. Sometimes you just gotta become a serial killer. The doll moved and was seen walking around the writer's attic. Often causes psychotic breaks. Ew, dude, that's scary. Do you ever wonder, like, Conspiracy Queen, why do you think, like, some items are, like, more haunted than others, you know? Smoking. Don't know about you, but I hope the people of Houston are getting their drinking water from that. Yeah, I'm sure they clean it. Joel, do you go to a commercial gym or do you have a personal one you use? I kept it vague on purpose. Which one do you think is better? Well, I go to a commercial gym and I train there with a trainer just to kind of keep me locked in. And honestly, I just like bodybuilding machines. Like, I think compound lifts are really good for, like, the first part of your life whenever you're, like, in your teens and 20s and you can, like, you know, pack on muscle like no other. But then beyond that, I don't know, just for your own safety, especially if you've had injuries before. I've had a few injuries, you know, slip discs, things like that. You know, so now just doing bodybuilding machines, like, still takes me to the fullest extent of failure and feels good, but I don't feel like I'm dying afterwards of exhaustion. Sandra, thank you for the 40 months. Happy New Year. Long time no see, but stopping by to say I'm going to tune in for more for sure. Have a great one, Joel. Thank you, Sandra. Good to see you. What's new? Do I actually use the things I sponsor? Yeah, every one of them, especially the butt plugs. Got like 50 free ones up there right now. What state am I in? I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm a fairly new fan, and my YouTube 2025 recap was informed I was in the top 0.1% of listeners. Love your voice. That's crazy. New fan and in the top 0.1. Thank you, Jennifer. Very, very kind. Thank you for listening. Does a slip disc ever unslip itself, or do we just dressing up spinal damage? I mean, if the definition might be like a bulging disc, you can, through different methods, enable it to unbulge itself, which I believe I've done. But yeah, you definitely just want to, like, strengthen the parts of your body that are otherwise weak, which can oftentimes be a lot of, like, the supportive muscles and that kind of thing. Just realized still a few hours left for New Year's. I'm in London. It's really fun down here, but missing New York. Happy New Year in the case I sleep. No worries. Yeah, we got another hour 20 before we hit it on the East Coast of the United States. I just went there this past summer. Saw Slayer, beautiful state. Oh, in Pennsylvania. Nice. Let's go. Slayer. What about Mudvayne? Such a little angel for creating such a safe space for many of us. You say that now, but I promise you at some point during the night, when you start to doze off, something will reach through the screen and tickle your chin. I was like 13 to 14 when I started watching this channel. That's crazy. Yeah, some people have been listening since they were born, and now they're 30. That's how long I've been on YouTube. An angel with a shotgun. A hobo with a shotgun. All right, friends, I think it seems like a lot of people are out tonight, which is totally fine. But we're gonna kick this off. I should read that intro for the Saturn Soul real quick, so let me just record that real fast. During the wartime blackouts of 1942 London, a killer exploited the darkness meant to protect the city from bombing. Women were attacked in their own homes and on dimly lit streets, often with terrifying speed and brutality. The press named him the Blackout Ripper, a figure who seemed to vanish as easily as he appeared, hidden by air raid sirens, shadows, and fear. All right, we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. What's up, Brandon? What you fitting to be sipping on tonight? I'm just pissing into a jar, honestly. I've had enough of this, like, going out and buying drinks thing. I'm all about renewable resources. Just kidding, it's 7-Up. It's 7-Up, same thing. It's that perp drink. 7-Up and promethazine. Amy, welcome. Or no, actually, thank you for the gifter to Beamer Boy. How long have you been live? It's only been like 16 minutes. Love from Maryland. Thank you. I got lots of friends in Baltimore. Alright guys, we got stories from small towns tonight to record. I think we can do it. I saw something that said pea has stem cells that heal abrasions and wounds. Maybe it is good for jellyfish bites or whatever. Judith, welcome back for 66 months. Happy 2026. Butter socks. Thank you, Judith. Thank you so much for a legendary amount of time. Very, very kind. That's crazy. Baja Blast has a chokehold on me. Yeah, once it came in the cans and bottles, I mean, no longer had to go to Taco Bell. I legit love your channel for years, man. Glad to see you continue. One East Coaster tonight. Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you, friend. East Coast, represent. I'm from this location. What location are y'all from? What's your favorite flavor of Mountain Dew? What do we got? We got Code Red, Electric Orange. Whichever one is like, whichever one is representing the next natural disaster brought onto us by the government. That's my favorite one. Yeah, probably the blackout flavor. Jaeger bombs on my next list of drinks and shots currently. Ew, God. I thought about that, like those car bomb drinks or whatever. Jaeger bombs. Ugh. Oh my God. It's so disgusting. Not to put you down or anything, it's just the idea of it right now, like taking a shot of what, whiskey or some shit and just dropping it into a disgusting beer. I think Jaeger's actually a no, that's the drink. Isn't there? Oh, what am I thinking of? Yingling is a Pennsylvania beer. Still, all yucky. But you gotta do what you gotta do to feel a little schmoozy. Just be careful, please. Don't drive home. Alright, guys. Story number 1 of 4. We got 4 stories tonight. I hope you're ready for this. What are your guys' goals for 2026? Anybody got any actual resolutions? Shit that they want to hit? Shit that they want to change? Jaeger with Code Red and cherry syrup. Honestly, I might do it. Mountain Dew needs to be implemented into more themed shots. Who's 20 pounds by October? Bro, that's definitively doable, for sure. Incorporate some fasting in there and probably cut back the processed sugars. Get some weighted vest walking in, right? Maybe do some resistance training, lifting and stuff at the gym if you can get on a program or something. I think you'll be good, bro. You'll probably hit that goal by like summertime. Fitness, get a good job, just maintain good, healthy, and find joy. That's what I like to hear. Did I fix my mic thing? Yeah, it was so funny. So it was a corrupted memory, memory card, which is the SAN disk or whatever, right? Or SAN disk, I don't know. But it was corrupted, And then I put it into another microphone that I had, and it didn't work in there. But initially I had brought out another SanDisk, but that one was like 256 gigabytes. And I just thought to myself, because the previous one was 32, but I just thought to myself that 256 would not be like an issue, you know, the more the merrier. But it turns out that this microphone that I use, this H4n Pro, can only use SanDisks that go from 2 to 32 gigabytes, and then you have to format it within the hardware of the microphone, and just some annoying shit that you don't realize upon first glance. Thank God for Chat BBC, the one time I'm praising AI, because it kind of talked me through it, and I was like, wow. I don't know, it's kind of amazing. It can just like know everything at any given moment. How to lose weight without losing bobs. Well, I mean, I think that whenever your body starts to use fat, it sort of just like naturally will pull it from like equally from all areas. So, you know, it is what it is. But I would just incorporate some lifting and some protein, and you'll be good. I've always had a New Year's resolution to get better at art, and I do every year. Easy resolution, because if you draw a lot, you naturally improve. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's awesome. You know, if you think about it, it's like Kobe Bryant every day up at 4 a.m., just like at the gym before everybody else, and then back at it again, and just, you know, constantly perfecting their art form. And that's what you got to do. If you want to be the best, you got to put the work in. Obviously, having a passion for it goes a long way. Having an innate, you know, desire to do it goes a long way. But even on the days when you don't want to do it, just do it, and you'll be better for it. It's like adding a marble to a big jar that's the size of the ocean, and eventually you'll have a whole ocean of little fucking marbles. Alright, boys. Story 1. Oh, wait. Location detected. So I grew up in a little town called North Hatley up in Canada. Anybody from North Hatley? A beautiful little place nestled in the northern shores of Lake Massawippi. Alright, let me look these places up first before I try and say it. Sitsitar L, thank you for the 100 THB. Says, Happy New Year, have a good one. Thank you, friend. Good to see you. Well, North Hatley, Massawippi, I don't know. That seems pretty good. My goal is next year to become a fat, lazy piece of shit. I always wanted to move out of my house and reside in a pile of Cheetos, flaming hot kind, and that's just above the covers. Anything less is uncivilized. True. Gotta keep things spicy. You gotta become strong so you can climb a tree. Dude, everyone wants to climb a tree. Fuck going to the gym. Return to Monkey. And Sitsitar L, thank you for the gifter too. Joanne Harrison, welcome Joanne. You now have access to bonus content. I grew up in this little town called North Hatley up in Canada, a beautiful little place nestled on the northern shores of Lake Massawippi. And it's got some really grand houses, the kind of places doctors and lawyers from Montreal like to spend their summers. And for the first 7 years of my life, it was a privilege to live in such a peaceful, picturesque place. And then, the day after my 7th birthday, a lady I'd never seen before in my life tried to murder me. So this was in the summer of 1957. All the boats were out on the lake, and me and my friends were playing out in my family's front yard. None of the smaller lakeside houses had backyards, and instead had docks and little jetties. Jetties. What's a jetty? Trav Squish, thank you for the gifter to Ethereal Girl. Thank Trav. What's up, bro? We should all just climb trees. I bet we'd all be happier until the first person to fall out of a tree and break their neck. Who knows, maybe they'd be happy. They're like, you know what? Life's pretty chill in a wheelchair. Trying to find a new job path where I'm not working as many hours so I get back into fitness. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Honestly, like, because you need that hour before to get ready, and then the workout itself can take 1 to 2, and then the hour after to shower and debrief and eat and planning out your meals. And it's definitely like something you do need time, but if you can plan it out, you know, I do believe you can make it happen. I'm going to start boxing again. Just do it. January 1st, tomorrow, or this week. Coming up, let's get into boxing. If you invest in a walking pad, it'll at least give you a jump start better than nothing. That's true too. Get a stand-up. I have a stand-up desk. I would like to get a walking pad. I wonder if I could actually record without it being like super loud. But I bet I could do it like while gaming maybe or something. Poltergeist, thank you for the 2. Yo, Happy New Year's, Joel. Thank you. Happy New Year's, friend. What are you doing? What are you up to? None of the smaller lakeside houses had backyards, and instead had docks and jetties which stretched out into the water. But then whoever built them figured that they ought to have front lawns too, so front lawns they got. It had been a real scorcher of a day, so me and my buddies had been alternating between jumping off the dock at the back of our house and running around the front yard in our swimming trunks. The lake path was just feet away, but folks always drove down it nice and slow, and being in such a small town, the people driving past would sometimes wave to us because everyone knew everyone in those days. Now anyways, we're playing in the front yard, running around playing tag or whatever it was, when we spot a car coming down the road towards us. Now naturally, we're curious as to who it is, so we start lollygagging not far from the edge of the road to watch it approach. Now sometimes we'd recognize people by their cars and sometimes not, especially in the summertime when all the tourists were in town. And the same was true for this car, a pale green Dodge Regent that... Is that how you say that, a Regent? Oh my god, that's old as shit. That's crazy. Hey Joel and friends, Happy New Year. Currently sick, can't believe I'm starting this New Year sick as hell. At least it's not the flu. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are sick. It's going around like mega fast everywhere. I definitely, honestly, I have done the, what's it called? Those Zicam, you know what I'm talking about? Those have been really helpful. If you can get your hands on some Zicam, Z-I-C-A-M. And yeah, vitamin C with zinc. Just to shorten the process, increase the immune system. The oregano oil seems to really help me too. I took some of those capsules. Seems to decrease the period there. Hey, Fry, I was telling them you were right about my card being corrupted. Corrupted down to its soul. I should have listened to you. I will never question you ever again. My brother got the flu. Half my family is sick right now, including my sister's 2-month-old baby. It's rough around here lately. Dude, it's tough. I can't imagine people with kids, like they just, as soon as the kid gets something at a daycare, it's just game over. Everybody's getting it. Roki, what's up, bro? 8 months, welcome back. So I managed a tow company now, and it's one day I had a new driver blow 2 transmissions in customer's car and rear end a brand new BMW $15,000 minute in one day. That's crazy, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. Who are these people getting hired, though? That's wild. But good to see you, Roki. So we're done with the truck. Did you see the most recent video? It was a trucker's, well, not the most recent, but Joel's on his period. I'm on my deeriod. My dude period. I'm in my luteal phase. I'm going fucking nuts. Kids get sick a lot, and I have coworkers who are sick pretty much every other month. Yeah, shit's annoying. The duteal phase, oh my god. It's the phase in which, like, I reminisce about nostalgic GameCube games. If I see a GameCube or I see Super Mario Sunshine, I start to fucking cry. I worked in a daycare and childcare years ago and always sick. I eventually ditched the kids and renewed my health. I know, isn't it crazy? You think your immune system would get stronger, but it's just like, hey, we invented a new disease. We're like the bats of Wuhan. That's the name of it. It was a Somali daycare. It was a leering center. Rowan Berry sinus wash 2 per day for a week till symptoms clear up. Interesting. Never even heard of that. Or if you're like me, my body just hates me. Son is in daycare. My wife caught everything he did. Every time he gets over one cold, he's back and gets a new one. Somehow I've only caught one instead of the 8 the missus did. That's crazy. Okay. Sometimes we'd recognize... Oh, that's right. Just to clarify, it's a Regent, right? The Dodge Regent. Oh yeah, there's a new Stranger Things in theaters, isn't it? The last episode. Sometimes we'd recognize people by their cars and sometimes not, especially in the summertime when all the tourists were in town. And the same was true for this car. That sounded weird. And the same was true for this car, a pale green Dodge Regent that didn't ring any bells for us. We watched it sort of trundling towards us, expecting it to keep the same low speeds, but as it got closer, it started to speed up. As the Regent's engine started to roar, I started to back up, and I guess it was out of pure instinct, in which case it was pure instinct which saved my life. Because backing up gave me, all 3 of us really, the head start that we needed to get the heck out of the way when that Regent veered onto the grass and came barreling towards us. We screamed as we ran for cover, hearing that thing coming up behind us at what must have been 60 to 70 miles per hour. If the driver hadn't been blind drunk, she might have had the motor skills to turn that wheel enough to hit us. But she was, and so after careening right past us, she smashed into the tree in the front yard of old Mr. Finster next door. Mr. Finster? Chucky Finster? Chucky Finster's grandpa? Hey Mazak, thank you. Did you all get any good gifts this year? There's a part of me that truly does want a little bit of coal one year. Just to kind of take a look at it, examine it. Roki with the 10 gift of Roonies. Thank you, my friend. Holy cow. To Valley Hart, KM Weir, Amy Mello, Tim Richards, Sue Font Solo, Gustavo, Nuge Mustang, and Wendy Melton, and Miss Mofet. Welcome, friends, to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content and all the amazing emojis you get with it. Be sure to thank Roki for that one. That's like $1 billion right there. Thank you so much, Roki. One time I was gifted Cole a lighter and some bologna as a Secret Santa gift. That's amazing. That sounds like something a brother gets a sister. Just like something that's just like, fuck you, but I also want to confuse your brain a little bit. But she was. So after careening right past us, she smashed into the tree in the front yard of old Mr. Finster next door. Now we assumed it had to have been an accident, and a terrible one at that, because the poor lady really did smash into that tree. She obliterated that poor Regent and gave herself some pretty serious injuries by the looks of things too, because when she got out of that car, she had blood all down her face and blouse. She looked young. Younger than my mom, but older than my eldest sister, and I remember she was pretty too. And I also remember one of my buddies shouting, Lady, are you okay?" You know, the kind of dumb rhetorical question people ask when someone is clearly not okay. And I guess I didn't know what to expect from her at the time. I didn't know whether she'd give us a thumbs up and an A-okay or drop down dead right there. But what I definitely wasn't expecting was this bloodied, battered young woman to lock eyes with me And for her, do I keep asking Santa for coal? But he said because I'm retired elf, he won't give me any, or he put me on the naughty list no matter what. So you're saying you're a North Pole Fed? Because in my mind, you work for Santa, you never stop working for Santa. Hey Joe, Happy New Year from Belfast. So glad you were able to get your mic problem fixed. I know, I was scared. I was scared because like to get the same microphone that I had, they don't even sell it online, the H4n, you have to get it on eBay. So I did order one, but thankfully this one worked, and I don't think it would be here till like January 5th, and I cannot miss a day. If I miss a day, people at YouTube come to my house and break my knees backwards, Tony Soprano style. The world is a vampire. But what I definitely wasn't expecting was this bloodied, battered young woman to lock eyes with me and for her eyes to have this look of pure hatred in them. And that was probably the most scared I'd ever been in my life at that point, like something from a nightmare. But it was nothing of what came next. We only locked eyes for a matter of a second, but it felt like much longer, and that elastic moment only ended up once that... The elastic moment. I like that line. That elastic moment. You ever watch The X-Files? I know this is a semi-old show. I love anything sci-fi to be on. Yeah, X-Files is great. I still genuinely feel like the scene with Joel McHale, Joel McHale, he talks about like all the conspiracy theories played out in real time. Something about it seems like a premonition. Holy shit, Roki. What is that? 5. I won't even bother doing the quackulations there. Just thank you so much, Roki, for the 20 gifted memberships. Guys, remind me at the end. Keep track of how many have been gifted. I will match them at the end for all y'all. Just know that you have access to the bonus content playlist now on the channel. And some sick emojis, bro. I gotta let people know about the emojis. They're going underutilized. See, Trav Squish gets it. Look at all those. You got me sitting down. You got me cross-legged. You got me chilling. What's up, Justin? Oh, wait. Where's Conspiracy Queen. Question. Do you think... Did we ask you this before? But what's your take on reality? Do you think we're just all souls trapped in here getting recycled? Or do you think it's like some one of the Abrahamic religions is like the truth? You think it's the Matrix? Because that's sort of like the Gnostic gospel story, right? That Jesus came to like free people from that like soul recycling process. Oh, is that science? Is that what Scientology teaches? I did not know that. There's Pepe emojis, is there? Where is that? Oh yeah, me, Pepe with the space helmet on. Reality sucks and we're all just experiencing this light string that keeps vomiting back and forth between black holes. Oh, that's too nihilistic, don't you think? Let's put a smile on that face. Do you remember The Lone Gunman? The first episode never aired because the plot was basically 9/11 before it happened. Look it up, man. I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of very like occult things when you look into that narrative. And then obviously, I remember like hearing about like the asbestos. Do you ever hear about the asbestos theory from like the 1980s? X-Files is so good. My favorite is Clyde Bruckman's Final Repose. What did he say? Wart. No, not a recycling plant, but but for the elites who use tech to relive, I believe in Jesus and God. Okay, so you're a Christian. And maybe that's it too. Maybe the Christian religion is like the way to escape said matrix process or whatever. Maybe the demiurge or whatever is trying to lead people to like recycle the soul into what is hell on earth. I don't know, I'm just making up a religion at this point. But then Jesus is like, hey, over here. Over here. Do I believe in the Matrix? I don't know, man. I don't know. I grew up Christian, but, it's like I keep seeing Gnostic stuff all over the place. And it might just be like curated by, how every aspect from like your phone to your computer to, what other people around you are watching, like all kind of culminate in dictating your algorithm. Joelentology, yeah. Reincarnated as a Dorito. That would be kind of sick. I'm your only friend? What about everybody else in here? Are they your buddies? What's up, Bittersweet? What's interesting is that the main teachings of Christianity were mainly laid out in the Gospel of Thomas, but later Gospels made Jesus the main guy. I remember hearing about the Gospel of Thomas. It's funny, somebody was telling me about it earlier, and it was like talking about Jesus when he was a kid and when he was a teenager, and that he had used his psychic powers to like kill people or something. But then, yeah, the Gospel of Thomas, well, it was written like, what, 200 years AD or whatever, which when were the normal Gospels written? 40 AD or is it way after? 400 AD? I fucking don't even remember. What conspiracies do I truly believe? I mean, all of them, honestly. What's not to believe? I think that's the weirdest like part about reality, is just like constantly living in this like sort of reality that's primarily dictated to us by the TV, right? The TV tells us something and you just like have to go along with it and believe it. And then as soon as anybody does any sort of like their own investigative journalism, that person's like the news immediately circles its wagons to say that person's a lying piece of shit, racist or whatever, And it's just like, God damn it, guys. Can we, like, what is so wrong with seeking the truth? What is so bad about looking for alternative answers to what is otherwise not instinctually the truth to us, Trying to stay up late with your kids, you're dying. You got it, bro. You got to do this for the rest of your life anyways, so better get good at it. Questioning life is one of the beauties of life, in my opinion. Well, exactly. Like, so why can't that translate over into whatever? I mean, like, what even is the news? Like, what is it? It's just like you wait. Like you've seen it ever since you were younger. But why are there considered these like holy authorities of information in life? I mean, certainly, you deserve, as the citizen consuming them, to have the right to, be discerning towards what is or is not true. Do I believe in the moon landing? I don't know. I think, honestly, I think so. Like, the flat earth is not something I ever really got down with. I genuinely believe that we probably have technology to take ET home. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've seen so much stupid flat earth stuff, and I'm not going to be the one to like make fun of a flat earth person, because I know people always use it as like the go-to, like, you're a flat earther. It's like, dude, I haven't been up into space. Like, I could like my spirit could be taken out of my body and I get to see reality, and it turns out that the only realm we exist in is this weird earth realm, I don't know. But at the same time, I'm more inclined to think that we exist more in like a fucking Star Trek situation. Everything today is pretty much opinion presented as truth. Yeah, and I don't know. Like, it's almost like it seems like curated in a way. Like, what better way to make everyone lose complete faith in all of like our unified systems, both government, both informational and news, entertainment, banking, you know, all, like education, like all of it is just losing credibility by the fucking second. And I can't tell if that's a good thing or an incredibly bad thing, because eventually it's all going to begin to cascade, collapse in upon itself, and not a single person is going to have even an iota of pride for the nation that they exist in to try and save it, you know what I mean? And we're all just going to like accept whatever chaos is wrought from that, as ambiguous as that sounds. But there's this interesting theory where the whole universe is governed by all possible values generated by Schrodinger equation. I kind of agree with it to some extent. What's the Schrodinger equation? Where things only exist when you look at it, right? Or something like it's almost, unless there's someone to observe it, it doesn't render itself or something, kind of like a video game. It's a Tim Robinson quote. Which one is? Never share your fully loaded nachos. You can't do that. Schrodinger's Turk. We only locked eyes for a matter of a second, but it felt like much longer, and that elastic moment only ended once the lady started stumbling around to the Regent's passenger seat. And suddenly, I heard a lady behind me. If the earth was flat, you know the edge of the world would be monetized as a tourist attraction. Yeah, who fucking knows, dude? Unless it's like incredibly useful to the military, or that like every narrative known to like humankind as it currently stands were to shatter in upon itself, causing chaos. A threat to national security, as they say. I don't know. Aliens, do they live in the ocean or the sky? I mean, probably both, honestly. Like, the, you know, just vehicles that can operate within space, enter the atmosphere, and then immediately fly into the water all in the span of like a few seconds. Like, who fucking knows anymore, man? They live in au jus. They live in my au jus sauce. Do you get time and a half recording a holiday? Dude, I hope so. They're going to increase my CPM on YouTube just for releasing a video on New Year's. That'd actually be hilarious if they did. Be too kind. Way too kind. Very kind. Incredibly kind. Thank you, YouTube. I believe in most real conspiracies because there's truth. Big Pharma makes trillions on drugs that make people sick. Food is carcinogenic. And they want us dead before 70. Why 70? Is it just because that's when people start tapping into the government scams or whatever? Well, this is important to discuss. This is way too deep and intricate to casually discuss my opinion. Well, you know, that's kind of all you're going to get. From me, it's just a superficial amount of knowledge. Meaningless and pointless. Do you stream your Saturn Soul stuff too? I just subbed it, keep forgetting. I don't, well, I mean, I technically do, since I've already read all that stuff on the channel already, and it's been on the channel. It's just that the true crime gets repurposed over to videos over there. But we should do some more true crime content just on the channel here. Should I sleep the entire flight tomorrow? Yeah, where are you going again? I thought you were starting medical school or something. Your life always takes me away from reality. Too much chaos going on. Hey, no worries. I missed the last live, but I'm here to say goodnight. Let's read. Good night, dude. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Not me sitting in my living room eating blueberries, watching SpongeBob movie along with Let's Read. Dude, you gotta multitask, you know what I mean? I hope you have an iPad in front of you playing Flappy Bird or something else too. We need non-stop stimuli. We need the circle jerk machine going. We need like a pig on the ground, like licking someone's toes. Living Dead Girl, thank you for listening. The whistleblower testified in Congress and said UAP's craft can be submersible and fly. Cool, that's in congressional record. It is cool, but like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't trust it. Like, there's just something really abstract about the one thing that we haven't talked about forever. Now, and the fact that Congress, the fact that the media tries its darndest to like mitigate information and kills any whistleblower that actually has information to tell you earnestly is probably dead or Julian Assanged or whatever, it's so in my mind, it's just like when you start to see the narrative come out about UFOs and UAPs or whatever, why did they change the name? Like, why change to unidentified aerial phenomena? Like, what's the difference between why? Anyways, they want people to buy the Blue Beam, full stop. Yeah, but I've heard about people say Operation Blue Beam over the target, red flag. Like, how do you do it? How do you do an Operation Blue Beam? Do you have to like knock out all the power for like 2 years or 3 years, and then in the midst of the confusion and everyone being like, monkey-like, there's no communication, then you bring out some like realistic holograms in the sky or something like that? Or like, how do you do it? If you're interested in this stuff, there's this amazing podcast by Sean Carroll, Mindscape. It's an amazing podcast for anyone interested in this kind of stuff, dealing with philosophy and astronomy. Sean Carroll, he's the guy from Candace Owens, right? The mustachioed man. Do you own the viral UGGs that are coming out? UGGs, what's that? Because they're dumb. They do it all the time to love the goalposts, like changing shell shock to PTSD. It's subtle propaganda. Yeah, what is that? I guess, yeah, like it's always like a linguistic game with the government. They love to change the definition of words all the fucking time. They love to, rename a bill like the Save the Puppies and Kitties Act or whatever. It's all just diversional shit. And it's honestly so embarrassing that that dichotomy, these language games, like work so well on our brain. You think they wouldn't. Level grinding on Pokemon Emerald as I listen. Also, speaking of Pokemon, this is the last thing I'll bitch about before getting back to reading. Back on Pokemon Game Boy Advance, I would say that's definitively the absolute best era of Pokemon. There is no reason in my mind that the newest Pokemon should be like a 3D world, because it's complete shit. The newest Pokemon, I haven't really played it that much, but I've watched gameplay and I've heard about the issues, the technical issues on the Switch. It just seems like complete poop. Watered down crap, and I honestly really hope they get back to the pixel art. Because imagine what they could have done with that, like, with the pixel art, with the technology of the Switch or Switch 2, whatever. They could have just stuck to that art style and it would have been really cool. Or, I'm so sick of, like, Game Freak, the creators of one of the biggest series in the entire world, Pokemon, seemingly like not having enough funding or acting like a small indie studio when making first-party games for their hardware. Like, it's so strange to me. UFO conjures images in the public's image, so they're bureaucratized the words to make something controversial sound like accounting. Dude, you know what's crazy? You know what made that definitively a thing? Was that game Control. I love the game Control because it's basically SCP, like Secure, Contain, Protect, in the form of exactly what you're saying, like a bureaucratic, accounting, boring, paper-pushing thing. But in a way, it's a really fun gameplay, but it makes the game world, the lore, all really boring for some reason. Shelbster, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. Thank you, friend. You now have access to bonus content. I don't mind the 3D Pokemon stuff, but as an artist, I hate that a lot of the franchises, animation and video game, are abandoning 2D art. Dude, in my mind, 2D art and 3D art are not the same thing. Because they're like, okay, so there was this one game I absolutely loved. You might like it too. It's called Hyper Light Drifter. It was basically like a, old school Zelda inspired top-down action game, and you would go to the 4 sectors of the world and fight, and it just had some of the most like immersive pixel art I'd seen, right? And you can do so much with pixel art to make it like beautiful. They've had a lot of games where they kind of like integrate pixel art with some other 3D elements as well, and those look great. But this idea that like making everything 3D somehow makes it great is not great, because then you get to the next Hyper Light Drifter like sequel, and I don't know what I think it tries to be. I don't know. I've watched some gameplay. I think it's trying to be like a Risk of Rain 2 kind of knockoff. I could be wrong, but it just doesn't look interesting to me anymore. 3D art is so uncanny, very plastic-like and shiny in a freak way. Yeah, it's like they can do it right. And there is definitively a way to do Pokemon correctly in a 3D world, but I just don't think it's Game Freak that is meant to do it. Like, there's something about it that feels like forced, rushed, and lazy, and I just makes me really mad. Yeah, Animal Well is also a good pixel. Yeah, I love Animal Well. One of the best games of 2025, honestly. Probably my top number 1. Happy New Year's. Hope to have a relaxed day and enjoy just chilling with my daughter. Thanks for a fun year. Helping me relax and laugh. You're welcome. Good to see you. Unless it's Power World. Yeah, I didn't really play Power World that much, but it looked fine, Oh, yes. Celeste. Yes, Celeste is one of my favorites of all time. I just think it's like, it flows. It's basically like a Super Meat Boy style progression, and it's just so good. It's fluid. I love games like that. There was this one game that had amazing pixel art. Can I just look it up real quick? I've been yammering on forever, and you know what? That's fine. These stories will get read at some point. Let me open my Steam right the frick now and tell you. Have you ever played The Binding of Isaac? I have played it. I played it with a co-op. It was fun. It was just hard. You know what I mean? It was a hard game, and it was right around the same time I was playing Cult of the Lamb. I really like Cult of the Lamb. Let's see. So recent games, going back. There was this one game that kind of had a similar art style to Hyper Light Drifter. It was called Fountains. Have you guys heard of this game, Fountains? It has a really cool pixel art to it, but it's literally a Dark Souls game in the sense that it's very hard. And I don't really like Dark Souls games because they're hard. Bionic Bay, amazing pixel art, to the point you don't even realize it's pixel art. That's insanely good pixel art. Shower with Your Dad Simulator, not that one. Where the hell is it? I hope I can find it. Dang. Yeah, the Shinobi game's solid. 9 Souls. Was it? No, 9 Souls was good, though. I just didn't make it very far in that. And then there was UFO 50. Let's see. Sorry. Slay the Spire, Killing Floor, Binding of Isaac Rebirth, Layers Deep, Dredge, Still Wakes the Deep. Where the hell is it? There's Animal Well. Maybe I downloaded it before Animal Well. Oh, damn. That's so sad. Wonder if I completely removed it from... Well, I guess we can find it some other time. But I swear to God it came out this year. It's just that, anyways. Steam is gone. If Joel was a SpongeBob character, who would be Dennis because he was a cool mustache. That's true. I'm SpongeBob. Jet Set Radio Future. Yeah, that's great. Alright, sorry. Suddenly, I heard a lady behind me yell, "Oh my God!" I turned around to look and saw one of our neighbors in the big houses on the other side of the road had come out of her house and was looking on in horror at what I believed was the stumbling lady in her wrecked car. But that's not what scared her so much that I yelled out, because when I turned back to the wrecked car, I saw the injured lady dragging a gun from the passenger seat. Alright, I feel like I messed something up here. If you compare how you're talking right now to music genre, I'd pick yacht rock. I don't think I've ever heard yacht rock. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. There's really nothing that like encompasses the feeling of just completely shutting someone down, but with the "oh brother, this guy stinks" meme. That shit's so good. Funny, I was thinking of a new game to get, especially for deals, caught between getting Pokemon game, GTA whole series, or Bioshock. Bioshock 1 is amazing. Bioshock 2 is kind of like not as good, but Bioshock 3 is like somewhere in between. But yeah, Bioshock 1 is just, I don't know, it just feels so good, and it's only like 8 hours. You could probably beat it in like a whole sitting. Rook X with the 10 says, "Yo, Master Joe, controller of the extra dark hole, happy new booty. Hope you get pleasured well tonight. Looking forward to your new coming killer content. Keep making them killer moves." Thank you, Rook. Thank you, broski. Happy New Year to ya, brother man. Thank you for the 10. Am I gonna watch the ball drop? They already have. Probably not. We'll just do a countdown here as we get closer to midnight. Do I like Dead Space? I did, yeah. Dead Space 1 was one of the first like horror games I properly played, just because I was I don't know, I was terrified of horror games just in general, and to the extent that I just never even found them enjoyable, so I never really even tried them once I got older. But then my friend let me borrow Dead Space for the Xbox 360, and then by that point I was already, 17 or something, so I was like, well, I gotta be a big boy and play through this. That was probably the most scared of. Where the hell? I also remember. But what I wasn't expecting. Okay, we're just gonna start that over again. That was probably the most scared I've ever been in my life at that point, like something from a nightmare, but it was nothing to what came next. We only locked eyes for a matter of a second, but it felt like much longer, and that elastic moment only ended once the lady started stumbling around to the Regent's passenger seat. Suddenly, I heard a lady behind me yell, "Oh my God!" And I turned to look, and saw one of our neighbors in the big house. My God, did you hear that? I turned to look, and saw one of our neighbors in the big houses on the other side of the road had come out of her house and was looking on in horror at what I believed was the stumbling lady in her wrecked car. But that's not what scared her so much, she yelled. But that's not what scared her so much. Oh. Probably gonna log off for a while before midnight, but I'm coming back. I have to get my New Year's kiss for the 20th millionth time. Get me one too, please, while you're at it. It's an appetizer for the new year. Justin, welcome back for a whole year. A little "we shouldn't be doing this" would hit right now. Anyways, it's my Joel-versary. Whoop whoop. We shouldn't be doing this. Wait, what's that from? I have all my friends and family watching, no pressure. Hello, everyone. It's true. She is pregnant. That's not what scared her so much, she yelled out, because when I turned back to the wrecked car, I saw the injured lady dragging a gun from the passenger seat. I didn't know it at the time because I thought all guns were rifles and couldn't conceive of the fact that that lady only had 2 shells in what was a long double-barrel shotgun. So when she pulled it from her car and shakily aimed it towards me, I just thought, I'm dead. It didn't matter that her first shot missed, because as me and my buddies ran screaming towards our house, I thought that lady'd keep on shooting till she got us. But of course, she only had one more shot, so she lowered the shotgun and came scrambling across the grass towards us. Nobody was home at my place. My mom and older sister had gone for a walk, and they'd told us, but we hadn't heard. And that's something I'm very thankful for in retrospect, because I hate to think what would have happened if my mom or sister opened the door and gave the crazy lady a shot on all 4 or 5 of us. And since we saw her getting closer to us, we ran from the front door and towards the dock to get away from her. It was pretty much the only option available to us at the time, so we ran and we kept on running, expecting another shot to come at any moment. But it didn't. Not until we dived into the water, by which point it was this semi-muted blam coming from behind us above the water surface. Now, I was sure that I'd been shot. I just couldn't feel it for some reason. But as I stopped for a moment near the sandy bottom and checked my legs and back, there weren't any wounds, and although I was still too scared to surface for quite some time, it was only when I ran out of breath that I returned to the surface, and after taking a huge lungful of air, I saw one of our neighbors successfully wresting the shotgun from that lady's hands. He tossed it in the water, and then went about taking the lady down to the wooden deck before he asked if anyone was hurt. Thankfully, we were all fine, but the lady was screaming up an absolute storm. She was already hurt from the crash, and whatever happened to her was made a lot... Fuck. Do you guys remember reading in school when we do popcorn reading, and then you'd mess up and just like flip your desk? Kissing your bottle of beer. 9,000 bottles of beer on the wall. Wait, is it New Year's yet? Guys, don't let me miss it. If I miss 2026 and don't get kissed, I'm gonna frick out. I'm gonna frick the frick out. We got half an hour EST? Alright. Do you think there's a conspiracy about all conspiracies? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think to some degree that I remember hearing it's like you almost like allow a degree of like concentrated hatred towards one group so that eventually it manifests in like, you know, a chaotic end-all be-all war or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like you... I guess you'll see. I'm gonna smooch Pradeep's face. The ball drop makes me uncomfortable, and that whole jam-packed New York Eve thing is anxiety-inducing. I wish my own balls would drop. Send this to someone whose balls still haven't dropped. Yeah, I know. Hopefully there's nothing bad on the, you know, at the... I mean, you always worry. You always think, like, Godzilla's gonna show up with his tail and knock the fucking ball into the audience. Stand all day wearing a diaper. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. That's what I do during streaming. Like when I go during my BRB sessions, it's mainly just to change my diaper, as I've been pissing and shitting myself this whole time. She was already hurt from the crash, and whatever happened to her was made a lot worse by our neighbor throwing her down onto the wooden decking. He then started yelling at us to go get someone, but we weren't even out of the water before someone else showed up carrying a rifle, unaware that the lady had already been disarmed and taken down. Our neighbor yelled at him to go call the cops, and then the man with the rifle went back the way that he came. Our neighbor, still pinning the lady to the deck, told us to get the hell back to the house and out of sight, and we were all so frightened of the hysterical way that she was behaving that we did just that. We walked around the house so all we could hear were her screams, and then watched and waited until the police showed up to drag the lady away. When my mom got back, she was hysterical too. I mean, you can see it from her perspective. No sooner does she head out for a walk with my sister, but some crazy lady shows up to try and run me and my friends down and shoot us. She felt terrible for not having been there to protect us when really we were all damn lucky that she and my sisters weren't there, because that crazy lady hadn't chosen to go after me and my friends just for the heck of it. In fact, she wasn't targeting my friends at all. She was after me, and incidentally my older sisters, and it's a miracle no one but her was hurt. When the cops got her back to the station and she slept off the drunk that she had. Slept off the drunk she tied on? The drunk she tied on? Is that a... When she'd slept off the tossed salad. David, thank you for the 2. Says, Happy New Year, Joe. Happy New Year, David De La Rosa Jr. Thank you so much, friend. Yeah, instead of a kissing booth, they have a salad tossing booth. That's what the liberals want for New Year's Eve. Instead of giving each other a small, innocent, pleasant peck on the cheek for New Year's Eve, they want you to toss each other's salads when the ball drops. New Year was 4.5 hours ago for me. I hope you're going well. Thank you, friend. It's so far? Yeah, how is the future treating you? Plot twist, you don't need a calendar or a countdown to change your life. What? Nuh-uh. I'm fairly certain that you're not allowed to lose... Like, if you lose any weight before January 1st, you get beaten with sticks. You get force-fed a bunch of Twinkies and $70 buckets of KFC. She slept off the drunk sheets, hide on must like some ancients. Never heard of it. Alright, anyways. When the cops got her back to the station and she slept off her booze, that old lady sang like a canary and answered every question. Or I guess she wasn't old, I added that in for no reason. When the cops got her back to the station and she slept off... When the cops got her back to the station and she slept off that drunk... What is wrong with me? I might have to retype it. It's annoying as fuck. When the cops got her back to the station and she slept off her booze, the lady sang like a canary and answered every question the cops had. She told them how she and my dad had been having an affair, and that he'd promised to run away with her and leave his wife and kids, us, behind. But then one day, he changed his mind and decided he was better off where he was. This infuriated the lady that he was cheating with, so much so that she threatened to murder his family. But my dad's response, "Psh, no you will not." She told him that she was deadly serious, no pun intended here, but he still didn't think that she'd actually go through with it. But this made her even angrier, and less than a week later, she got drunk on her father's drink and... But this made her even angrier, and less than a week later, she got drunk on her father's alcohol, took a shotgun, and then rode his car across town to do the deed before she lost the stomach for it. And that's what I mean when I talk about how lucky we were. Because if she wasn't drunk, and she hadn't crushed her car and smashed her head against the steering wheel, I might very well not be around to write this. At first, the police officers only told my father the reasons why that lady tried to kill us, and he didn't see fit to tell my mother the full story. But as you can imagine, it was only a matter of time before she found out what really happened that day, and it caused the largest fight my parents have ever had, and coincidentally, it was the final one they ever had too. As a short while later, Mom took us south of the border to the United States, and the four of us, Me, Mom, and my 2 sisters lived in New York City for a number of years before Mom remarried and went to live on Long Island with our stepdad. We only got the full story of what happened next some years later. How the crazy lady went to jail, how my dad ended up drinking himself to death when it finally hit him that he'd almost got us all killed. And I know it wasn't exactly his fault that the lady went nuts and was out for blood, but I imagine the whole thing would have been... What does the baby do? I don't know. Probably like a couple days probably or something. Am I actually Amish? I'm fake Amish. I'm one of those people that go in who wear like they dress up like a leprechaun. They try to join the Amish, but it's mainly just so I can churn some butter late at night. They hear me in there going gushy style. Do you even know your way in this economy? I can't afford no food or scale or any kind of humperdink. You can't buy humperdink? Humperdink is expensive. Lynn, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Lovely, Dodongo Manoof, Graves, Juliana Elise, and Sonia Parr. Mine Diddy Blood. Was ist gut, mein Diddy Blood? Are you going to bring your game console into the labor and delivery room while your wife labors? Yeah, probably try to get a few rounds of Fortnite in if we can. I just feel like hopefully she keeps it down. I don't really want to be like when I'm like locked in on a victory royale, I really don't like to be stressed out, especially if there's like some baby crying or something. I used to drive by the Amish communities in my car and get to and fro, and I felt so bad for those kids, like they must have some pain in their hearts saying automobile when? What do you say? I don't know, I mean, like they probably see everybody else and they're just like, oh, they're from the future. But honestly, it doesn't matter like what circumstance you're in, as long as you're in it from the time you're a kid, you never have any other reference point for what things could be like, that you're just kind of like, yeah, I don't know, we're in a fucking buggy and I'm 3 years old and I have to learn how to like use a chainsaw, or well, not even that, you have to like cut down an entire tree and butcher a cow. Big deal. It's how it's always been. Jeanette, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Says, hey, you're awesome. I listen to you every night and you have a sexy voice. Happy New Year. Thank you, Jeanette. Happy New Year to you as well. God blessings. I wish they had let me bring my PLA station in the room when I had my kid. Isn't it bullshit? They should just have them like ready to rock and roll. What's up, Justin? Sully, CM. I know it wasn't exactly his fault that the lady went nuts. I know it wasn't exactly his fault that the lady went nuts and was out for blood, but I imagine the whole thing would have been avoided if he'd just, I don't know, kept it in his pants. And sometimes I think about my dad and what it must have been like in the final days of his life. I wonder if the memories of his greed and pride were torturing him, or if he found the... I wonder if in the memories of his greed and pride... 19 minutes, thank you. Keep track. I wonder if the memories of his greed and pride were torturing him, or if he'd found just the right cocktail of booze to numb the pain away enough to... Dude, I don't know what the fuck. Why can't I read this one? I wonder if the memories of his greed and pride were torturing him, or if he'd found just the right cocktail of... Okay. Jesus Christ. I wonder if the memories of his greed and pride were torturing him, or if he'd found just the right cocktail of booze to numb the pain enough. Why are these like not like flowing together? I don't, like they do, but they don't in my head for some reason. Hey Carrie Ebright, thank you for the 150, appreciate you. Thank you. I wonder if the memories of his greed and pride were torturing him, or if he'd found just the right cocktail of booze to numb the pain enough to slip away without a single cogent moment of regret. Holy fuck, every fucking word in this sentence is absolute pain in my heart. Designed specifically to bring me torture. Alright. I wonder if the memories of his greed and pride were torturing him, or if he'd found just the right cocktail of booze to numb the pain enough to slip away without a single cogent moment of regret. I try not to feel too bad for him, though, because I know there's an alternate timeline, a split stream in history where he's drinking himself to death and feeling oh so sorry for himself next to 4 freshly filled graves. Mine, my mom's, and my 2 sisters. And because he couldn't keep it. Alright, they already said about the goddamn pants part. Why do we have to say it again? I hate when like phraseology gets used more than once in like a story, unless it's like totally makes sense. There's some sort of redundant aspect of it that I try not to feel too bad for him, though, because I know there's an alternate timeline where he's drinking himself to death and feeling oh so sorry for himself next to 4 freshly filled graves. Mine, my mom's, and my 2 sisters. He's widowy like SpongeBob whipping his pants. When I cheated on my wife, do 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 who went and cheated on his wife. Was there a favorite or memorable year while you were live streaming? Was there a favorite or memorable year while you were live streaming? Like in the past? Like the whole year? Or a memorable moment within? I don't know. I remember like when I first started out streaming, got a lot more viewers. Another writing peeve is when someone tries to go over the top with fancy language. There's a fine line between sounding smart and pretentious. Yeah, and it's just like, it's almost like you're trying to like if you were playing Subway Surfer, it's like they send a bunch of obstacles at you all at one time. And it's just like, okay, man, sometimes when you're coasting down a mountain on a snowboard or something, sometimes just like an even keel flow is actually way better than a bunch of fucking jumps. You took your kids to see SpongeBob in theaters. How was it? Would have liked to hang out with you, Joel. I need a drink, though. Can't do this New Year's thing sober. T-minus 16 minutes. Hey, no worries. How many viewers did I average before? I remember when I first started out, I would get like 700-ish. And then I took a break and came back, and it's never been the same, sadly. I feel like the most I ever got was like 1,200 at one point. Got my sippy cup ready. It's almost New Year's. You're going to be in the future. I'll be a full-grown pizza. Let's see. What actual time? What time is it? 11:46. Wait, is it 11:46 for you guys on the East Coast? I'm gonna have to find like a countdown timer. Do you work anymore? Is YouTube my full-time job? It's it's my YouTube is my full-time gigaroony. New Year countdown. 13 minutes and 10. Alright, guys. What if this is completely wrong? Boosh. Boosh, boosh. T-minus, oh shoot, 13 minutes. Here we go. Do I tell people what you do if they ask? Yeah, I do. There's probably way too many people that know about me that should know about me. You know, for someone who tries to like maintain a degree of anonymity. But it's whatever. I mean, who gives a shit? If they're weird enough to like do that, then that's on them, I guess, for being a fucking douchebag. Dabs for Joel. Jerking it for Kirking it. Alright guys, as we get closer, if I'm like in the midst of reading, please do remind me so we can do the countdown. Never met any fans. No, yeah. I never did any sort of meetups or anything like that. Probably for the best, honestly. I just, you know. If you were dating someone, you try to be secretive so they don't blow your cover. Nah, that'd be like impossible. It's like, what do you do for work? I hear you down there twerking. What's going on? I'm just having OnlyFans. Charging your moon water? Wait, Beth, it's not even a full moon, bro. Don't forget your 12 grapes, make a wish when you eat one. Is that what it is? Tell them I work for the CIA. I work for the CIA lulling people into beautiful nightmares. Every time you guys listen to me, you go further and further down the matrix hole. Multiple levels of reality. You're never going to escape. I grew up in the late 80s and early 90s in rural Minnesota, and I guess in a lot of ways, my childhood was a lot like any other kids out there on the plains. Now, I watched a lot of TV, went to church with my family wherever we could, and me and my brother even had ourselves a Commodore 64. But then, since we grew up in what could only be described as a very strict and very insular religious cult, TV consisted of purely faith-based programming, whenever we could, meant every day. What? Minnesota. Beth runs a daycare over there too. What if everybody in Minnesota has a daycare? $1 million daycare. TV consisted of purely faith-based programming. Whenever we could meant every day and twice on Sundays. I don't follow this grammar for some reason. But then, since we grew up in what could only be described as a strict and very insular religious cult, TV consisted of purely faith-based programming, whenever we could meant whenever we could meant every day and twice on Sundays. And even our Commodore games had to be scripture-based and nothing remotely whatever, I don't know. Most recent one of the first two had some pretty good zingers. Which one? But then, since we grew up in what could only be described as a strict and very insular religious cult, TV consisted of purely faith-based programming. Whenever we could meant every day and twice on Sundays, and even our Commodore games had to be scripture-based as nothing remotely secular was permitted. And the best way I can describe it, it was like living in a bubble, or maybe more like a snow globe in the winter times. Now, we were part of one group and then another, and then one day, we were on our own and with just my grandpa to shepherd the faithful, which comprised of my own family and a handful of others living on a remote farm complex. Life revolved around the Bible and farm work, and we started mornings at 5:30 a.m. with communal prayers in the big old barn the men had painted black and repurposed as a chapel. And we prayed to God to protect us through the impending end times, but then if someone got sick, we dedicated a lot of prayer time to them. And boy did we need to, because my grandpa called us to reject all forms of modern medicine in favor of purely spiritual healing. Now he called it the devil's crutch, and that a person who utilized it was wearing their lack of faith like a badge of honor. And it's two such incidents which shaped my belief system growing up, one for better and one for worse. I remember the winter my little brother came down with something that I now realize was probably pneumonia. We prayed day and night while my grandpa laid hands on him, trying to draw out the demons that so plagued his body, and we even fasted for a whole day as penitence. Why? I don't know why. Some of the sentences just seem like really fucking long. Did you watch Stranger Things, guys? What did you think? I don't know if anybody wants it spoiled, but I haven't. I haven't watched it since season 1. But I've seen some funny memes about it, where they're like, wait a second, guys. Wait. He's hate watching. He's hate? He is hate? I don't know. TV was peak tech when there was no other way to get the best of the best for the lowest price at the time of the Cold War. It has gotten worse and worse since. We just got full spectrum net access. What are you talking about? We had better internet back during the Cold War. I grew up on a farm in Mississippi in the 70s and 80s. Man, we had tons of fun. That sounds amazing. Also, I have a nice candle lit behind me that I keep getting whiffs of. We even fasted for a whole day, as penitence and flagellation were believed to be very powerful methods of what Grandpa called expiation, but which I came to understand was punishing oneself before God. Now, there were no doctors, no antibiotics, just anointing oil and spoken prayer around her body, and then when he pulled through... What the fuck? How do you mess up her and he? I never really understood that, how someone can call someone a her and then a he in the same sentence. I'm saying that what we got now with all these video sharing sites and live streaming tech is better than TV. Oh yeah, it's so much better. Like, I'm genuinely so jealous of like kids now, where just the idea of watching like any possible documentary about like anything you could possibly want to know about Pokemon lore, if you're obsessed with Pokemon or Minecraft or Roblox or whatever the fuck, Zelda, like you can literally just like look it up instantaneously and then watch like 9,000 other people talk about the same thing in different variations, which is something I would probably do as a kid. If I like something, I would probably watch the same concept of it 900 times over in different forms. When the goat was an actual goat. He's the goat! Just cuts to him. You don't have to chart all of your schedules around the TV anymore, and when you got to such, it has to do with someone said live stream. Yeah, and a lot of the times I'm just fucking 2 hours late. You're obsessed with Harry Potter and Batman? See, yeah, you could find out anything about Harry Potter with literally thousands of videos of people probably talking about it, and just and all for free, like just ad free, just whatever. We had to watch like fucking at least 7 minutes of ads every 30-minute show. Shit was so annoying. There were no doctors, no antibiotics, just anointing oil and spoken prayer around his body. And then when he pulled through, Grandpa declared it a miracle. Now, looking back, it was probably just sheer luck that my brother survived his bout of illness, and we were indescribably happy that he had. But not every child survived the winters, and I remember attending not one, but 2 winter funerals before the age of 10, where the coffins laid to rest were heartbreakingly small. Now, we didn't report any births or deaths to the county, and I'm pretty sure Grandpa found a way for us to avoid paying taxes, too. I know we had money, but aside from things that we could use to indoctrinate... us children, we tried to avoid any kind of luxuries, especially modern ones. We did a lot of bartering with nearby farms, and my dad's generation was the last to have things like birth certificates or social security numbers. Outsiders were considered worldly, which, contrary to what the world actually... 180... Oh, we got 2 minutes. 2 schminutes. Should we watch a... We're gonna make it in time. Ball drop live stream. Here we go, guys.
Happy New Year.
Yippee. Yippee. 1 minute, and our balls will drop. What's wrong here in Pennsylvania? You have 2 minutes. Oh, shit. What? No, we're good. 1 minute. Do you do this every hour, Joel? What do you mean? Oh, shit, here we go, baby. Juan, 30 seconds, man. 30 freaking seconds. What if they're ahead of us? Holy freaking crap, dude. Oh, you still got another hour? Oh, like I'll do it for every time zone? No. Just the good ones, just the goated time zones. It's 10 seconds for me, though. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Crappy poop, yeah. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But then these guys are super delayed, so whatever the fuck. Yippee! Alright, we'll just do it again with these guys. Immediately 2 dudes kissing. Perfect. Just like making out naked. Holy shit, guys. 2020 soiks. Dun dun dun. Copyright striking then. No more, none of that. We're back. Start spreading the news. I'm shitting my... Yeah, anyways. Anyways, back to misery and suffering. Oh shit, 1 second though, let me twerk for it. God damn. Astro Child Labs with a $50 Canadian. Happy new twerk year. Thank you, Astro. Thank you. Guys, welcome to 2026. It's going to be a fucking sick-ass year. You want to know why? Because we're going to get off our phones, and we're not going to look at porn on our phones anymore. We're going to look at it outside. No, that's not what I meant to say. What I meant to say is we're going to go do stuff. We're going to get up. We're going to write that story we wanted to write. We're going to work out that muscle we wanted to work out. We're going to get the fucking job we wanted to get. We are going to do things. We are going to take the banks back. We are going to start our own reserve currency. No, okay. Listen. We're going to occupy Crimea. All right, one step at a time. This guy, thank you for the 2. Happy New Year, cool cat. Thank you, this guy. And my mind went AWOL in 2006. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. We're all going to Luigi's Mansion, guys. Get in. We're all squeezing into a clown car. Do you think you guys could squeeze into a clown car? I'm genuinely expecting at some point a clown car related terrorist act or a clown car related death where 26 people die inside of a clown car from carbon monoxide poisoning because someone farted or something. My mind went AWOL with the 2. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you, my mind. Let's go. Start spreading the news. Glad you bought silver years ago. Yeah, is it jumping up to redonkulous? We're going to overthrow the Borgios government. The Borgios. I bet. I promise that this revolution will work out totally different than all the other communist revolutions. Not a single person will starve. Not a single person will be put in a gulag. It's gonna be beautiful. Snow Chica 25. Thank you so much for the 5 gifters to JKJK, The Hawk, Lucas Casto, Deezerox, and Buttle Rubies. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. You have 1 ounce of silver, bought it last year. There you go. You can make a necklace out of it or something. Smelt it down into an ingot. An over-under on that. The over-under on the number of people who will be slaughtered once we create a power vacuum within the government and replace it with another dictatorship. It's curious. It could be hundreds of thousands, it could be millions. Go hiking, fish at a clean river, more adventures, try new things, make more positive habits. There you go, start right now. This is it, baby. This is where it starts. No more Snickers bars, no more Kit Kats, no more processed cancer food. Just straight up dog meat. All those deaths of communism that are actually just the Nazis killed during World War II. I genuinely do not know what you're talking about, my friend. If you're referring to Lenin and Stalin, Pol Pot, the Great Leap Forward in China, and any other indication in which communism has been utilized, it's the same fucking thing. It's the same thing. How are you gonna revise history and pretend that millions of people didn't die of starvation or get put into gulags during communist takeovers? What are you talking about? Why is that even an argument? Why are there people on Twitter that genuinely believe that it was communism was our A-OK? Why is that propaganda? We can look it up right now. We can genuinely what if you're gonna sit there and say that's propaganda? Are you also going to say every other genocide? I don't even want to argue with it, dude. It's just it's so brain dead, bro. And I'm not even trying to be mean. I genuinely am not trying to be mean, but we gotta get away from this weird Twitter concept that these events didn't happen. It's literally the same as denying the Holocaust is denying the hundreds of millions of people who have died under communism. Any sort of authoritarian government is going to centralize food, it's going to starve people, and it's going to kill anybody who says things are not good. That's just how it works. You're describing dictatorships and fascism. They market themselves as communism, but they weren't genuine communism. Dude, why do you guys always do this? Like, where you think, like, tell me how you're going to start a revolution, which is going to be a violent process. You're going to remove the government. Who are you going to put in there? Who are you going to put in there? You? Are you going to go in there and make the big change? Is it going to be you, and you're going to be the nice one? You're going to be in charge of everyone, and you're going to centralize everything to you, and you're just going to be nice to everybody? No, that's never how it goes. Like, what are you talking about? Peter, thanks for the gift here to Jay Davis. Joel did coke. Me and Destiny have been taking Adderall. They just didn't read the manual. Exactly. Listen, the arguments in favor of communism are the weirdest thing to me. It's like, go camping with your friends for a weekend. No, go camping with your friends for a month. That'll give you like a remote taste of what it means to like operate within like a commune of people relying upon one another. Go start a village. If you can make that village work for like more than a couple weeks, we can go from there. But as of right now, like, all you would do is create a power vacuum that's just going to allow an even stronger dictatorial, power structure to take its place. It's just going to be worse, man. I promise you. People will die. How did communism enter the conversation? I don't know. People, like, do you even know what dialectical materialism is? Let's look it up. Dialectical materialism, because I assume you're trying to make a point with it, is a Marxist philosophy combining Hegel's dialectics thesis and synthesis with materialism, asserting that material economic conditions drive historical change through inherent contradictions, leading to revolutionary transformation from one's societal stage to the next, most notably from capitalism to communism. It views the materials world as primary, constantly changing through conflict, e.g. behavior, labor, and capital, and the transformation of quantity into quality, offering a framework to analyze society and nature as... Yeah, but I don't know what... All of this is meaningless whenever any indication of anybody who's ever been inspired to utilize this, whether it's Lenin, whether it's Stalin, like I said, whether it's fucking Mao, whether it's fucking Pol Pot, like, people die. People die. When you centralize power to the government to become a dictatorship, people die. And I understand maybe you have this perspective that it just didn't work out, but I can guarantee you, anytime you centralize that power further to the government, it will result in your death. You will be the first one against the fucking wall. If you thought the Holocaust was bad, which it was, this is hundreds of millions of people, oftentimes ignored in the process of history in favor of other genocides, but it's terrible. It's not just through like the gulags, it's starvation. It's like they centralize, they take your private property, they take your farms, and they sit there and think that, we'll have the better idea on how to, produce food and all this stuff. And because they're so inefficient with it, because there's no ability to communicate with the higher ups, or else you'll be like in jail, you just end up creating such an inefficient system that millions of people die. Communism believers never truly been hungry or dealt with the realities of life, speaking as a previous poor person. I don't know. And then the sort of like denial of history is like the weirdest thing to me. Imagine like having hundreds of millions of people dying, and you just like pretend it just never, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. Who knows? Uncertain. We're still counting the bodies. We haven't gotten there yet. Look up and find a credible source that says how many of the deaths attributed to communism includes all the Nazis that were killed by the Red Army. What, so you're saying all of the people that died In which specific battle? With Stalin? You're saying... Okay, so you're trying to make an argument that the deaths of communism attributed from communism was all them fighting the Germans during World War II. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm very confused. Why are you referring to the Holocaust as communism? No. Holy shit, what the fuck are you fucking talking about? Like, it's so... Like, why? Like, what are you talking about? I'm talking about... This literally makes me crash out because it's so fucking insane. It's when you centralize power, and that power becomes corrupt, and it fucking kills people, either through starvation and the inefficiencies of government, or through killing anyone who dissents, killing anyone who's been labeled as a different caste. That's what happened. That's what happened with all these. That's what occurred. That's what played out. You were quoting propaganda. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm quoting propaganda? What? So you're just saying that you're literally saying under Lenin, under Stalin, under Mao, under Pol Pot, under all of these people, that people just didn't die. It was actually really good. It was actually really, really good time. In fact, I wish I lived there now. That's why they're still around. Anyways. How's the weather? How's Pradeep with the fireworks? My 2 pups are... Yeah, actually no fireworks going on right now. Learning about cows for the first time at like 13 years old. I remember feeling like I wish that I worked that way, but the idealized version that is taught is such a fallacy. It's not just a fallacy, it's a complete and utter delusional interpretation of reality. It's just like, it's weird. It's like, it's just pretending that it's literally like pretending like a dictatorship, just these historical authoritative governments just never happened. Like, it's weird to me. It's genuinely strange how you're just essentially rewriting history. And just calling it propaganda doesn't like suddenly make it go away. Like, what are you talking about? And dude, that's what I'm saying. One of my good fucking friends has a mother who escaped Cambodia under Pol Pot. She watched her fucking dad get shot in the fucking face. Shot in the fucking face. She watched her father get shot in the fucking face because he dissented against the government, because he was part of, I don't know, that farm caste system. That, you know, they take your shit, they come and take your farms, or if you disagree with the government, you get killed, you get labeled. Like, it's just, there's so many people that died under these authoritarian regimes, and you're just going, and it's recent. It's fucking recent. It's like 1 generation away. And it's just like, yeah, you know, they didn't do it right. They didn't have the right idea. Who was vouching for Pol Pot? Like, who? Sorry. I'm arguing with one specific person who's just... and I'm not even really trying to argue. Like, I'm not genuinely angry, but it's weird. It weirds me out. Like, I see this shit all the time. It's like a consistent narrative. It generally is... It's weird. It weirds me out. Like, and the people that want this Viva la Revolution bullshit, they don't even work out. They don't even know how to jog. They don't even know how to use a firearm. They don't know how to do anything. Like, they're the least threat person to anything. And it's all in the name of what? What the fuck do you want? What better life do you want? You have Starbucks. Go get Starbucks. Starbucks is delicious, and it's relatively affordable right now. Under fucking communism, all you would have is like black mud juice. We have mud juice and mud juice only. That's all you get. You get one choice. Yeah, great leap forward. Mao, 40 million, dead. I just, like, what? I don't know. I don't know. To say otherwise to me and then just, like, say, like, well, we didn't do it right. It's just, It just fills me with such a strong degree of like frustration, because the only thing that I perceive, and maybe it's illogical, maybe it's a fallacy, is that there's people that want it to happen here. That there's people who desire that our country or Western nations fall into such a state of chaos that it creates a power vacuum that is then replaced by individuals with these ideals that are just like so insurmountable that the only way to enforce it is by putting people into fucking work camps, is by inefficiently running farms to the extent that it starves millions of people. Like, that is what plays out under communism, and that's why it's fucking psycho to even like entertain it. To me, entertaining communism is no different than the centralized version that is the fascistic government of Nazi Germany, dude. That's no fucking different. To encourage, like, it's just as evil. It's, if not worse. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Sonomi, I don't think, okay, Sonomi, I understand where you're coming from. I was talking to the person that was like talking about some revolution, because I was kind of being facetious with them initially, and I understand you think you have some interpretation of what communism is, right? You desire some I don't know, ideological perspective of what society could be like, and you're not agreeing necessarily with communism. But right now, go ahead and tell us what it is that you want, because it seems like you jumped in there trying to give your take, but I don't really know. Go on. There's nothing left to go on. Just tell me what you want, and then we can actually have a conversation. Because right now, you're getting on about the semantics about communism, but in your idealized version, I guess, or saying that we're not in alignment. But align us. Bring me into alignment with what you desire. Outsiders were considered worldly. Outsiders were considered worldly, which, contrary to what the word actually means, was not a good thing to us on the farm. The faithless were to be pitied and evangelized from afar, but never trusted or mingled with. Our little cloister had to be absolute, so there was no public schools, no trips into town without strict supervision, and no friends beyond the kids from the other families who lived with us. Daily life was a mix of joy and fear. Summers meant berry picking and swimming in the creek, with bonfires where we'd sing and share testimonies of faith. But all that was to distract us from the fact that we were right in the middle of the end times, and the outside world was about to crumble in Satan's grip. Winters were harsh, huddled around wood stoves or memorizing scripture by flashlight whenever the generators were on the fritz. You think Christmas time might be an excuse to live a little, but Grandpa declared it to be co-opted by the greed of the faithless. We got together on Christmas to have dinner and pray together, but the rest was spent in the big black chapel, praying in thanks for the birth of our Lord and Savior. And I find it strange when people these days talk about the 90s, in the sense that outsiders had this shared sense of culture, or what the Germans might call Zeitgeist, or spirit of the times. They talk about Seinfeld, VHS tapes, and MTV, but for me, it was like watching through a cracked fence. We'd catch glimpses of the first Gulf War on the TV, which was terrifying for us because Grandpa considered it as further evidence that we were living through the end times. He said all those tanks and soldiers would soon be turned on us, and by a government that didn't just reject God, but embrace Satan and all his demons. The internet was a way to spy on us. Ruby Ridge and Waco were further proof of a government that hated us. And then forget about Y2K, which was Grandpa's favorite sermon subject for about 3 months straight. We drilled in preparation of government raids, hiding in root cellars with weapons close at hand. And to point the... Nikoha with the 2, average Hassan viewer, what a loser, ignore. I'm sorry, it's not even, it's just like, I don't know. I find it very strange. Like, they're like, I think, I don't know. I think what it is And I actually had a conversation with someone pertaining to the concept of communism because, and that person, I'll be honest, they were pretty autistic. Not the person in the chat, but the person that I talked to, having this perspective that somehow communism was not the baddies as well as the Nazis during that period of time. But the idea that they were really trying to convey, and I think this is where people's conversations start to devolve into idiocy, which is my apologies for yelling, is that they desire a world that's better than their current one, but they don't have a manner in which to describe it, or specifically an ability to describe how that would manifest financially. Sometimes they point to, I guess the Netherlands or certain areas like that in their economic systems, but at the same time, it's just, it's weird. It just weirds me out that somehow pointing backwards in history to like verifiable occurrences is somehow propaganda. You know what I mean? And no, I agree. This capitalism in its current form, and it's like the integration of the pharmaceutical companies and the military and really any sort of production of these goods, and its integration with the government is corrupted, is evil, does lead to the deaths of many. But it's like to go in there under this interpretation and just create some violent revolution and not anticipate that based on human nature, that someone else from even more authoritarian perspective wouldn't just take over. I mean, that's how it's always played out. That's how it always will play out. If you really want to go start communism somewhere that's everyone has equal whatever, go start like a little cult. Go start a little cult in Oregon somewhere in a nice woods where no one can charge you taxes, and you send a few people into town every once in a while to get gloves and fish or some shit like that. You know what I mean? And I guarantee you that's probably going to devolve into insanity as well. It's like, let's make the best of what we got right now and appreciate, based on the fact that we have the textbooks, we have history to indicate to us how bad it can fucking get, and just what's happening in other places, I mean, people talk about Hassan. It's like when Hassan went to China, he didn't, he talks about fucking the Palestinians all the time, which is horrible. But it's like he didn't make one fucking mention of the Uyghurs whenever he was over in China. You find that interesting at all? It's like, it's probably because he wanted to maintain some degree of good graces in the eyes of the Chinese Communist Party. It's just like, fuck off with your fucking bullshit. I don't know, man. It just weirds me out. The role of the government is to take care of its people. It's not supposed to suppress news stories because they don't serve politically. Yeah, but that's what they do, and they don't take care of their people. So, you know what I mean? And you know who's more responsible for taking care of you? Yourself. Take care of yourself. Go be the news. Go take care of yourself and go be the news, because the more you centralize power to the government, the more it's going to have its own interests in mind, which most of the time are just going to be the same capitalistic structures that you already hate. The banks, the mega corporations, they are the ones that are going to control your information. They are the ones that are going to come in and fill the power vacuum whenever you create said Viva la Revolution. They are the ones that are already preparing for you to destroy that which is already there. So, you know what I mean? It's not going to play out how you want it to play out. The role of the government is to divide up resources. That's what I learned in law school 101, a conversation I had with my lawyer ex in the past. Well, that does make some sense too. I mean, I would idealistically prefer the government just comes in and kind of is a mediator between people's legal disputes between each other. Joel, I guess you're a libertarian, which I align with. Need a system like Denmark. I don't know. I'm not saying I know what the system is. I guess am relatively fearful of any sort of expansion of government oversight. But I mean, it's going to get that way anyways, right? I mean, post 9/11, things got worse, and it's just going to continue. As you have little events, little things happen there and there. It's just like laws get changed, things change. The government continues to get more power. And then I guess there's ways to go around it anyways. I mean, if like there is an integration with like private industry, say like controlling the farmland, you know, you don't even, like if you were some like overarching evil government entity and you wanted to centralize power, you don't even really need to do it through the government. You can just like have one of the people under you who exist within the private sector buy up a shit ton of farmland or whatever, you know, buy up, you know, stocks, buy up everything. You can just do it within that private sector. Let's prepare for a fallout future. I mean, I don't know. Is it really that bad to prepare for anything? Because I mean, you could imagine like if you just end, this is totally side note, but at any moment, the life that you were given that was so comfortable, it could be ripped from you at any moment. Someone could bash into your house and, you know, completely put a bullet between your spine and now you're paralyzed forever, or like the power could go out, or, you know, it's like any of that shit could happen. So it's like, are you going to rely on the government to fucking take care of you, or are you going to rely on your fucking self? Yeah, oversight. Any resolutions? Mainly just to, like, my finances will be a lot more organized this year. I do hope to expand. Yeah. We shall see. Hassan gave H3 cover that Ethan's wife served in the IDF. What do you mean? I mean, I know that Ela served in the IDF, but I mean, everybody in Israel has mandatory military service, so it's not like she was like actively going out of her way to, I can't wait to go kill kids. Like that's kind of not how it works over there. ICE already done that, 100,000 people already. Yeah, well, I don't know how it's playing out with ICE really, but I mean, there are laws pertaining to citizenship and all that kind of stuff, and it's like if it's, and I believe in 2025, wasn't there like some law put into place where it was specifically for like violent offenders that were getting primarily focused on deporting? I'm not really sure. I'm opening a new gym. Yeah, I'm gonna open up another gym. Make your bed, turn it over, get out of my head. My head, it's like a bad neighborhood. If it stayed up long enough, do you think unhooking ourselves from politics would be a good thing for 2026? I think so. But I guess, it's just, I guess I feel bad being mean to that person because I really don't like to be. Like they've come into the stream many times and I really have no problem with them individually. It's just that I'm so sick of the people that are constantly like pointing towards like the hypothetical dictatorship that the government could fall into or something like that, or they want to disparage you as like being some type of Nazi or whatever because you don't agree with them, are the same ones that are like asking for, you know, a power vacuum, the same ones that are asking for or pointing back through history as it like it never happened or something. It just weirds me out. I'm just like, guys, grow up. Just grow up. What the fuck are we talking about communism like it's a viable option? Like, grow the fuck up. Sure, you're into it when you're like 19 because you like rebellious and you're in college and you think that, but eventually you get a fucking job. Jesus Christ. We drilled in preparation of government raids, hiding in root cellars with weapons close at hand, to the point that when people talk about life back in the 50s, when fear of Russian A-bombs were at their highest, I think sounds awfully familiar. Wait, what? Why am I not able to follow these? We drilled in preparation for government raids, hiding in root cellars with weapons close at hand, to the point that when people talk about life back in the 50s, when fear of Russian A-bombs were at the highest, I think sounds awfully familiar. Okay, it's like a realization. How old is Pradeep? He is 11. They see a country smaller than the U.S. doing good, but don't realize that it's a uniform country with the same race, religious views. Yeah, I mean, it's like some of the countries that they point to for their like economic policies are like the size of Maryland, right? The size and population of Maryland. And like even, didn't Vermont at some point try some sort of like centralized healthcare process, or, one payer one, I don't know. I didn't know. You could probably point to those to see how effective those kind of centralized policies might be, but I don't know. Is Lynn's going? See you, Lynn. Common Palantir W. Dude, Palantir's so good at finding everything. Just looks it up, it just knows it. We drilled in preparation of government raids, hiding in root cellars with weapons close at hand, to the point that when people talk about life back in the 50s, when fear of Russian A-bombs were at their highest, I think, sounds awfully familiar, actually. But now, since I've told you about the event which confirmed my faith, my brother surviving his illness, allow me to tell you about the one which destroyed it. Not long before my 15th birthday, during the fall of 1997, my grandma was making dinner for my grandpa when she suddenly attacked him with a knife for what grandpa claimed was no earthly reason whatsoever. Now looking back on it, I think he said something to her, something which phonily. Maybe more traveling abroad might be nice. Yeah, I need to get the fuck out there, honestly. The Japan trip is definitively in sights. I hope the world can stay stable enough until then. Do I think my background's gonna stay put for now? Yeah, maybe till spring or something, till it stops snowing. Joel, if your baby is a boy, can you name it Amos? Anus? You're manifesting me a baby. What if I get pregnant? What would you guys do? 41 gifts so far. Can't stay for the rest of this. Someone keep track. Oh, thank you, Lynn. Yeah, can someone keep track of that? I'll match that at the end. I need my Japanese concubines. I wonder if they would let me be God Emperor there. I promise you it won't take 5 years till I become a psychopathic dictator. I promise you. Did I ever deliver babies? Yeah, I did during one of the rotations, we went to OB and got to help deliver a baby. And it was kind of hilarious because I think I told this story before, but there was a woman who, when she gave birth, she had a tattoo right above her navel, but right above her vagina. And it said it's just this huge tattoo that just said Danny's girl or some shit like that. And I was like, holy fuck, it's genuinely so embarrassing. And then the baby came out and it was literally all wrapped up with the umbilical cord. And it was really impressive how fast the doctor, who was just such an out of character doctor. It was a woman who was about to, she wasn't even wearing any doctor's clothes or anything, just casual clothes. She had the longest fucking nails I've seen, you know what I mean? The ones that were bedazzled, and she just tapping her fucking phone prior to the birth. And then she just rolls in there. The baby plops out. It's all wrapped up in umbilical cord. She unravels it within half a second. She's like, here you go. And just immediately the miracle of life has been complete. And then the doctor was off to some, the Bahamas or some shit. Did she wear gloves? I hope so. Sure this is a hospital, not Section 8. I mean, it might have been relatively close. Who knows? It's the ultimate proof of love. That's true. That's how you show someone. Honestly, I hope would you guys do that for me? When we get married. Let's Read's girl. Right on the uterus. If I move to Japan, will you visit me? Don't blow me up though, I promise not. Are you gonna live on the top of Mount Fuji? You're gonna name your kid after me, thank you. Looking back on it, I think he said something to her, something which finally drove her over the edge. I can't read. Looking back on it, I think he said something to her, something which finally drove her over the edge and filled her with a murderous rage. I don't know exactly what that thing was, and it's obviously pure speculation on my part, but whatever it was that happened that day, it sent my grandma into a frenzy. I saw her myself as a group of menfolk dragged her off to the chapel, her home in hospice for the next several weeks, and she was well and truly beside herself. She was kicking and fighting, screaming and hollering, and I only recognized her by the dress that she was wearing too, because the men marching her off to the chapel had to wrap a cloth around her head to keep her from biting them. It was horrifying to watch, and all I could do was run to my mother to ask her what was going on. At the time she didn't know, and it was only later that she came to tell me. Grandma had been possessed by a demon. Now, watching my hysterical grandmother dragged away to be shackled to a bed in the old chapel was beyond horrifying to me. And so it might come as a surprise to some of you that I was actually very optimistic in the days that followed. I believed wholeheartedly that Grandma would be fine because not only did she have my grandpa at her side day and night, laying hands on her and reciting scripture, but she had everyone on the farm praying to God on her behalf. We couldn't use the old barn-turned-chapel anymore, and not since Grandma had taken up residence there. But on Grandpa's direction, we prayed in our homes instead and begged God's forgiveness so that he might cast the demons out of Grandma. Now, I had no doubt in my mind that it'd all work. After all, it had worked when my brother was sick. But over time, Grandma didn't seem to be getting better at all, and instead, she only got worse. And she slept mostly during the daytime, so school and morning prayers were mostly quiet. But at nighttime... Children grow up quick. They really do. I mean, my buddy's kids, he has 7 kids, and 2 of them are literally getting ready to finish college, but I met them when they were probably 10. It's just crazy to me. It's holy shit, time is freaking flying. 7 kids, yeah. Big Orthodox family. Life is a struggle, one is enough. It's crazy though, because they're just so... I don't know. It's the most well-behaved kids I know. They're all homeschooled. I've never met any homeschoolers and stuff, but these ones are, and just good kids, good people, good family. They all have they all do church shit together. They all play sports and do all this curricular activities, and they just have this incredible structure to day-to-day life. And I think, and then there's not a single one of the kids hates the parents. Everyone's just happy, and I'm what the fuck? How did you do that? Happy New Year, Tisk. It's almost like having a community makes people more stable. I agree, dude. I agree. It's really important to have that community available to you. People to talk to, people to interact with. You all have a kind of purpose together as well, spiritually. They don't kick them out by 18. No, they don't. They welcome them back with open arms, and yeah. Last stream someone said that Joel is usually pronounced Joel, and that has to be a lie. I've never heard that in my life. Yeah, it's common. Joel is common, for sure, like, especially amongst, like, Hispanic community and stuff, but the fact that they've never heard Joel said, I think they also said they grew up Christian, too, and there's, like, a whole book in the Old Testament called Joel about, like, a prophet warning of, like, coming locusts or some shit, you know what I mean? So I feel like you would have had to have heard Joel at some point. What about Haley Joel Osment? Come on. Yeah, Joel Embiid. I think, isn't he Joel Embiid? Or is Baby Joel? Baby Joel. Diddy Joel. In Louisiana it's pronounced Joel. Yeah, I guess that makes sense with, like, the southern twang. AKA Joey. The Zodiac Killer was named Joel? Was it really? No. It's Ted. It was Ted. She slept mostly during the daytime, so school and morning prayers were mostly quiet. But at nighttime when she woke up, we could hear her screams from our homes. They weren't loud, as the barn was quite a distance away from the residential buildings, but they were always there, lingering in the background after dark, and they'd last until Grandma either lost her voice or passed out around dawn. Now, I didn't find out until much later on because they didn't tell us kids everything, but one morning, Grandpa came back from tending to Grandma all night looking pale and deflated. Oh, whoops. Tom with the 5. Thanks for ringing in the new year. Welcome, Tom. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Imagine being pregnant for like 30 years. Yeah, dude. Yeah, because, like, it's kind of insane. Like, his wife is, since the oldest is like 21, the youngest is like 3. So just being pregnant over the course of like that many years is genuinely insane. And she's still, like, beautiful, like, absolutely fucking beautiful after 7 kids, that I kind of, like, don't blame them or whatever for having so many, but I think made peace with possibly dying because it can't afford to stay alive. Wait, what do you mean? What are you saying? Sounds like a night. Yeah, pregnancy does not seem fun. I mean, she's handled it quite well. I don't even know. Oh yeah, I should probably drink some water. If anybody's friends with the person I was mean to in chat, tell them I'm sorry. And that, I think we got off to a bad start because we didn't agree upon definitions. Who puts 4,000 calories in pizza? I don't know. I could blame the Italians, man. Am I drinking tonight? No, just water. And Diet Dr. Sprunk. I didn't find this out until much later on because they didn't tell us kids everything. But one morning, Grandpa came back from tending to Grandma all night looking pale and deflated. He normally came back tired but content and confident of Grandma's recovery. But that morning, he seemed anything but. He told my dad, his son-in-law, that he'd come to learn of something during the night, something which terrified him. And I apologize in advance for the theology lesson, but it'll help you understand why Grandpa was so terrified. So, Leviathan is a real scary dude. It's supposedly one of the demon princes of hell, which is a badass title if ever there was one, and in the Bible he's described as having impenetrable scales, so basically invincible, And it also has the ability to breathe fire like a dragon, even though it likes to dwell in the ocean. Make that make sense, I guess. But that means, from a purely fundamentalist Christian perspective, Leviathan is the very last demon prince that you want to be invaded by. Yeah, I'm just always drinking. You see the trick about me? I'm always drunk. Blech. Look at us dooming and glooming. The new year just started. It's nice to relate to other people. I'm with you in spirit. No worries. Hick. Hick. H-I-C. I don't know why that just looks funny. Hick. Staying home playing Persona 3 Reloaded, making biscuits and gravy for dinner. Nice. Persona 3. Aren't they on Persona 5 or 6 by now? I guess number 3 was good. Oh yeah, Rick Sanchez. Or no, not Rick. What was the guy from Trailer Park Boys where he was like, I always try to keep within the 0.2 range. If I get a little below, I'm not quite there. But if I stay right about there, I'm not blasted and I can still operate. Jim Leahy, yeah. Rest in peace. That shit was so funny. I really haven't watched enough of that show. Did I fix my microphone? I did, yeah. It was a corrupted SAN disk. Wait, Naterator, you're a tech guy, aren't you? Yeah, it was basically the H4n Pro can only operate with 2 gigabytes to 32 gigabyte SAN SD card, SAN disk, normal. And my card was just randomly corrupted. Thankfully, I was able to get the files off it and make a video. I sent you my story last couple of days. I don't think you ever narrated. I hope it wasn't too convoluted. No, which one was it? Mr. Leahy died. Yeah, I think he died in real life. Sadly, rest in peace. The actor did. He never drank in real life, not a drop. Well, that's pretty impressive. That one fucking scene where like he comes out of the trailer and like stumbles down the steps, like that was so fucking good, man. I've seen Trailer Park Boys in forever. I remember not finishing the first episode because it was black and white, and then I finished it and saw it turn to color and never looked back. Yeah, it seems funny. Raised taxes on alcohol by 100%. What country is that? But that means, from a purely fundamentalist Christian perspective, Leviathan is the very last demon prince that you'll want to be invaded by. His impenetrable scales make it very hard to dislodge him from a host's body, and his breath of fire denotes an extremely corrosive effect on said host. But then, again, some of you might be surprised at how happy Grandpa was when he realized this. You see, he had no doubt in his mind that God would grant him the power to defeat Leviathan. After all, he was on the righteous path. But what's more, the Bible prophesies that the torturous serpent, denoting Leviathan, will be served up to the righteous during the end of days. Basically, Grandpa believed God was granting him the opportunity to defeat the demon prince Leviathan, serve it up to the righteous, and bring about the end of days. Obviously, in this context, end of days simply refers to the rapture, which, from a fundamentalist Christian perspective, is like the best thing ever, I guess. And so now you understand why Grandpa was so terrified when he realized Grandma wasn't getting better. It wasn't just that he was losing her, it's that if Leviathan really was about to claim his wife's soul, it was because God had deemed him unworthy of the honor and had promptly deserted him. And if God had deserted him, then he deserted us all. I obviously wasn't privy to this information, but I felt Grandpa's fear. We all did. We heard it in his sermons, we read it in the lines on his race after those late-night praying. We heard it in his sermons. We read it in the lines on his race. Lines on his race. Lines from his race. We heard it in his sermons. We read it in the lines on his race. After those late nights praying at his screaming wife's... Oh, his face. That makes more sense. Read it in the lines of his face. Jesus Christ, sorry. They are right beside each other on the keyboard there. Thank you. We've deciphered the code. The Zodiac Killer has been found. What if that's all it was with those cops, was just like a fucking typo from the Zodiac Killer that they couldn't figure it out? Like, oh shit, here it is. It was Ted Cruz. I mean, you know about how I was nearly kidnapped and tortured back in my meth addiction. I even attached a news article for proof. Jesus, what topic do you think that would fall under as far as scary stories go? Oh, man. We heard it in his sermons. We read it in the lines on his face after those late nights praying at his screaming wife's bedside. But above all, we felt it when he had us encircling the barn, man, woman, and child, to pray aloud for Grandma's mortal soul. She screamed and wailed throughout the whole affair, yelling things like, "He's the devil, you need to get out, get far away from here." And at the time, we thought that they were words of a demon prince, and now I think they might have been the sanest words to grace my ears and all. Sorry. Dude, I should have got some eggnog, bro. What the fuck was I thinking? Anyone else have a pet bunny? My one friend's girlfriend has a pet bunny. I like rabbits, but they're not as cuddly as like a cat. Picking topics for an email title can be tricky, fitting into multiple genres. Yeah, I was thinking maybe it would be best to do it in just sort of like a generic Reddit, like where it does all sorts of topics. Mine is a very cuddly, but we've had her since she was 6 weeks old. Oh, that's cute. Do rabbits like kind of choose one person to kind of cling to? Hey, Happy New Year, Katie. Happy New Year, Jeanette. Welcome back. Almost got abducted, then preyed upon. Maybe I'll write the story. From where do you make story? You can send it to letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. You can find that email in all of the video descriptions and stuff. Rabbit stew is so nice. I never had it. What's the base of a rabbit stew? You got a lot of stories? Yeah, send them in. Send them in. Does that have to be true stories? I mean, if you have a really good story you want to send in and you want it to be like read in bonus content, yeah. Do rabbits actually pooing a lot? I do believe, yeah, like you almost have to have like a room devoted to where the rabbit would stay if you want to give them room to roam around, and you can kind of anticipate that they will shit little pellets, because that's kind of what hers would do. It would shit little pellets, and she would pick them up and eat them just to, there was good nutrients in them. I really got to find the court disposition and police report for my targeted by ambulance chaser story. I want to get the details all correct. A cage with wire floor off ground. Oh, that's... yeah, she ate the shit to assert dominance. But above all, We felt it when he had us encircling the barn, man, woman, and child, to pray aloud for Grandma's mortal soul. She screamed and wailed throughout that whole affair, yelling things like, "He's the devil, you need to get out, get far away from here." And at the time, we thought they were the words of a demon prince. And now I think they might have been the sanest words my ears and... What the fuck? What the fart? And now, I think they might have been the sanest words to grace my ears in all my young life. And when we were done praying, we all went back home to pray some more before dinner. We ate in silence, trying not to hear the screams as that monster I called a grandpa resorted to quite literally trying to beat the devil out of my poor suffering grandmother. And finally, after weeks of waiting and worrying, my parents told me it was time to wish Grandma goodbye. We all lined up outside the barn and went inside in our 2s and 3s, and it was quiet by then. Grandma was too weak to scream anymore, and so after we shuffled up to the grubby old mattress that she was lying on, she didn't say a word. She was looking at us, but I don't think she saw us, you know. I think Grandma might have done something... Grandpa, right? Grandpoop. Grandpoobah. The Grand Poobah. Does anyone know the origins of the word Grand Poobah? Does that have anything to do with poo? A dark room and painkillers with water and quiet are the only things that help me with migraines. What is it with migraines? Is the origins of it just like a constriction of the blood vessels within the brain? And that constriction causes the tension and the headache and all that kind of stuff? Wait, the Flintstones came up with the Grand Poobah? No way. That's where it came from? Where is the origins of the Grand Poobah term? What's up, Soka Jones? How we doing? The Great Gazoo. Yeah, I know that's from the Flintstones, which is such a weird character. He's supposed to be an alien, right? Like monitoring the cavemen or something. Grand Poobah, sometimes Grand Poobah, came from Gilbert and Sullivan's 1885 comic opera, The Mikado. In it, there's a character literally named Poobah, a ridiculously pompous nobleman who holds a comical number of government positions at once. The character was a satire of self-important bureaucrats and aristocrats who loved titles and status. Because the character embodied inflated self-importance, the name entered English slang, and by the early 1900s it was used jokingly to describe someone who thinks they're very important, a pompous boss or leader, the head of a club or organization, especially when taken too seriously. Is it in the Flintstones? Flintstones? Do you prefer South Park or Family Guy? I like them both a lot, but I really do like Family Guy more just because I think the jokes, there's more jokes, you know? It's kind of like more ADD, random, like it's random, right? And I know there's like this meme to like hate on Family Guy because they don't have to like make their jokes within the structure of the show, but I've said before that, Family Guy episodes take 9 months to make. South Park takes, 6 days? So there's just going to be a higher quality of writing and animation in general within a Family Guy episode, and I say that respectfully. In the show, Fred and Barney belong to a fraternal lodge called the Loyal Order of Water Buffaloes, and the leader of the lodge is humorously titled the Grand Poobah or Grand Imperial Poobah. Ah, the usage helped make the term hugely popular in modern American slang. That's cool. Now we know the truth. That's where real communism was created. There's a medication that can reduce migraines that causes kidney stones. Damn, dude. There's always some fucking side effect. I think Grandpa might have done something to her head, and I don't know what, but something bad. All she did was take shallow breaths and stare at us blankly as we said our tearful goodbyes and then walked out of that barn. Grandpa stood watch the whole time, looking empty-eyed and defeated. He was a man who'd failed, a man who God had deserted, and it ended up being the end of him. After Grandma passed away, and we held a little funeral for her after laying her to rest in our secret cemetery, Grandpa went into a period of deep prayer. The chapel stayed off limits as Grandpa would head inside every day and kneel by the side of that old mattress to pray for Grandma's soul. At least, that's what he thought. What I said, you said her heat. Oh, what did I say? Lay her... Oh, okay. Did I mess that one up? I will go back. Girl dinner? What's girl dinner? Girl dinner is usually what? Like batteries and whipped cream or something? What time is it where I'm at? It is currently 1 in the morning. 1:02 to be exact. ...2025 was easily the fastest years of my life. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they just get faster as you get older. You know what I'm saying? It's called the quickening. The quakening. Your grandma passed away today. I'm very sorry to hear that. You might not want to hear this story because we're talking about grandma in this one too. Grandpa stood watch the whole time, looking empty-eyed and defeated. He was a man who'd failed, a man whose God had deserted him, and it ended up being the end of him. After Grandma passed away and we held a little funeral for her after laying her to rest in our secret cemetery, Grandpa went into a period of deep prayer. The chapel stayed off limits as Grandpa would head inside every day and kneel by the side of that old mattress to pray for Grandma's soul. At least, that's what we thought he was doing. But looking back on it, I think it was more like he was going there to starve himself and reflect on what he'd done with his life. He lost weight, his sermons got shorter, and we'd see him out of the chapel less and less and less, until one day, I heard that he got up early in the morning, wandered off into the woods, and was never seen again. My dad, who took over his duties as his male heir, claimed that he must have taken secret cemetery. Welcome to my secret cemetery. If you're bad, you will get buried here. If you're a communist, this is where you will be buried. An unmarked grave, since it's all propaganda. My dad, who took over his duties as his male heir, claimed that he must have been taken by the angels to go be with Grandma. I don't know exactly what had happened to him personally, but I can hazard a guess. Once he was gone, things stayed the same for a little while, but with my dad at the helm, things started to get much more lax around the farm. One big contributing factor was our need for an attorney, and someone had the bright idea to groom one of us kids as the farm's pro bono attorney after pitching it to us. Put him through law school. 2026 is going to be such a laugh that 2025 is just a sideshow. We're going to be giggling and shit. As a Latina, we've talked to bill collectors but never been told to be the family lawyer. I think this is a Latina cult. Only big-bootied Latinas in this Minnesota farm. One big contributing factor was our need for an attorney, and someone had the bright idea to groom one of us kids as the farm's pro bono attorney after pitching in to put us through college. Well, since the oldest and smartest kid was me, I'm not bragging, I'm just saying, I was picked to be the farm's undercover agent in the outside world. Get educated, become an attorney, come home and defend the farm. The farm. Pro boner attorney. Your Honor, he's got a big old boner. Hope AI vids go away in 2026. I feel like it's just going to get worse. Of course, I haven't really seen any, I felt like there was always, every week, it was AI improvements, AI improvements, AI improvements, and, now you don't hear anything. Maybe they've capped out, and that's why, the AI bubble will collapse or whatever. Showbiz Pizza Lover, thank you for the 10. Happy New Year, friend. Thank you. What you up to? Do I remember Liar Liar? Yeah, that was a good movie. Honestly, back then, some of those, just low-key movies that shouldn't have been that funny, Jim Carrey just absolutely carried that film. Because I remember, its writing wasn't, overtly good. It was an interesting sort of concept, but, Jim Carrey just made it so much better. This one, AI, just that horrifying Will Smith eating spaghetti video. Isn't that crazy? How fast it moved. Damn, homegirl has been texting me, so I can't stay here. Favorite YouTuber helps me sleep. Family and friends, it's hard. To what you want to do with everybody calls. Happy New Year, gummy worms. Thank you. I call for this case to be dismissed because of the defendant's big old boner. Your Honor, my defendant's hot. Your Honor, you may know my defendant on OnlyFans as Girthmaster. Oh, you do? Okay. Oh, he can walk free? Okay, perfect. I'm playing Thief, Deadly Shadows, and Joel's voice sounds like Garrett. Thief. Garrett. Thiefy Garrett. What's my middle name? Erasmus. Joel Erasmus. Who the fuck is Girthmaster? Your Honor, show him Girthmaster. One big contributing factor was our need for an attorney, and someone had the bright idea to groom one of us kids as the farm's pro bono attorney after pitching in to put us through college. Well, since the oldest and smartest kid was me, I'm not bragging, I'm just saying, I was picked to be the farm's undercover agent in the outside world. Get educated, become an attorney, come home and defend the farm. And this was their plan anyway, but needless to say, it didn't work out. If seeing what they did to Grandma planted the seed of doubt in my mind, going to college poured a whole bunch of water all over it. I had to pick a private Christian college. I couldn't pick anywhere, but transitioning from a fundamental Christian homeschool environment to an actual college just tore my whole worldview apart. I still believe in God, in a manner of speaking anyway, but at college I encountered all kinds of Gnosticism, Mandeism. How do you say this one? The jury is hung. Alright, we're going to pull up the evidence of Girthmaster. Your Honor, here's his wiener. Pretty cool, huh? Wow. The judge puts on like spectacles. Wow. I rest my case. You certainly do. Movies back in the day were fun and lighthearted. Movies today have some racial or socioeconomic message. It's kind of strange, isn't it? That was one of the weird things that I noticed a lot of the people that talked about movies or said why they were bad or whatever. They never really talked about the financial motivating systems that pushed a lot of those messages into modern movies, of which was the ESG scores. Did you ever notice that? They never talk about the ESG scores. That was the direct top-down process that determined via BlackRock whether or not films got funded or people like Netflix who funded the films got future investment and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, my ESG score is -50, bro. I mean, I ain't getting shit from BlackRock. Venus and Butthead. That's our new film. Oh, Jeanette, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Did I say thank you? I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Tried watching The Witcher 3. They just totally effed it up. Oh, Witcher Season 3, yeah. I don't know. I mean, switching actors for me is, like, really tough. The only time I didn't notice was when I was a little kid and they got a new woman for Nutty Professor 2. I let that one slide because they got a hotter chick. But it's really, really hard to replace Henry Cavill. And then the fact that they replaced him solely because the show writers were just, like, purposely trying to make the show shitty and get away from the source material. Like, what the fuck is your problem? Like, and you ever... Dude, okay, did you ever watch The Boys? I love the show The Boys. But Season 4 was complete trash, right? And if you've ever listened to anyone with more bias and more insanities in their head, it's the writer of The Boys. The television adaptation. And I just don't understand, like, what happens to these guys in Hollywood. Like, why? How do you make a show good for 1 or 2 seasons, but then just go absolutely banana bonkers? Maybe it's because they're so terminally online, they think, like, reality is whatever Twitter says, you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe they're, who knows? Maybe they're sold out. Maybe they're blackmailed by somebody, so they have to, like, push a narrative. It's just very strange. Looking to take me nieces to random places. It's a real place. Oh, a place called Random Places. Why didn't I like it? What the fuck was Season 4? Oh my god. The last episode of Season 4 was really, really good. But, because it, like, just... But they didn't even utilize Billy the Butcher at all. Man, it's been so long, but it was... I just remember it being such shit. Showbiz Pizza Lover with another 10. I love you, Joe. I love you too, bro. Thank you. They cut the budget. Yeah. Whoever said they were suffering from migraines, there's a company called American Botanical Pharmacy, and they have a detox program. I emailed them about what to take for the migraines. Interesting. When Homelander downed that plane, it was hilarious. Dude, that's all they needed to do to make, like, Season 4 good, and hopefully they do it for 5, but, like, I've been waiting and chomping at the teeth, chomping at the toenails for fucking Homelander to just go psycho mode. And at one point, I thought he did, but then it was like a hallucination or some shit, you know? Whatever. Homelander is kind of a turd boy, right? I mean, he's the bad guy in the show, yeah. Have you not watched it, Justin? You should watch from Season 1. It's actually, well, you can't stand Billy's accent. Oi, I'm Billy. Where's Huey? Old Huey. Eh. Guess what I got you for Christmas, Huey? Another pair of your favorite undersized spankies. Billy, I don't really want any more underwear. Too bad, boy. Put 'em on. Billy, do I really have... Put the fucking spankies on. All right. Oh, yeah, and then the poor girl I talked about, yeah, freaking Starlight's actress's face with the plastic surgery, bros. I mean, God love her, but clearly something's going on. Dude, that's criminal. She should sue. She should, and I love her. I want to say this. I genuinely look at her as a victim. I genuinely look at her as like a victim. But she should fucking sue her plastic surgeon because there is no reason on God's green earth that there should be a medical facility that just like does that to people and then puts them out into the real world and is like, there you go. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. It looks really good. Yeah, she looks like Joan Rivers, and she's like 20. She's in her 20s or 30s. Like, Jesus Christ, bro. Like, what the fuck? Also, I saw that there was like a lawsuit related to Ozempic that you could go permanently blind taking Ozempic. Isn't that fucking insane? I'm telling you, bro, I was saying that from the very get-go, that there is going to be like late night commercials. I'm going to say 2028. We'll say 2028 at the earliest. You're going to be watching TV if it still exists. That's my prediction for 2028 is TV that will not exist. But if it does, there will be a late night commercial that says, "Are you or a loved one a victim of Ozempic? Call the law offices of Bargeld and Boobity. You may be entitled to a class action lawsuit money of $6. All of Hollywood will be blind." I mean, maybe. Mayhaps. I just don't understand, like, it slows, like, gastric emptying, right? It, like, makes it so that you don't, like, it basically slows your metabolism down. And that process, it's like, how are you supposed to, I mean, I guess it does, like, people do come back from it and end up gaining the weight or whatever, but it's, I don't know, I've heard people also lose muscle and they lose bone density. Because it's like the last thing you want to fucking lose when you're losing quote-unquote weight is the good lean mass, you know what I mean? Do I like to listen to the radio? I do sometimes, but I never really do. But when I do, I enjoy it because there's something about the frequencies that I feel like my brain can hear, that it feels like I'm connected to a community of people. When the radio's on, it feels like it just like immediately connects my mind to other human beings and like a little bit of a Neuralink type vibe. It might not be great, but it is what it is. Those commercials are burned in my brain just like the "my money, I want it now." Be interested to see how many natural body transformations we see in Hollywood specifically go blind. Fucking, who's the chick from the Wizard of Oz movie or whatever? Selena Gomez? No, what the fuck is it? Joel is a alien. What happened to Jenna Ortega? Is she okay now? I know she was like, had shorn eyebrows. Yeah, Ariana Grande. I swear she's on Ozempic and cocaine at the same time. Not trying to be mean, but like something's going on. Oh yeah, someone was saying like her supporting actress, the Nosferatu looking one, that she was like some type of abuser or some type of handler, allegedly. And by allegedly, I mean this is all made up. But it's a bit strange. Bit strange seeing her in the background using her demonic magic to control what Ariana says. Yes, everything is fine, and I love being 80 pounds. She might be less than 80 pounds. I love being a skeleton. I love it. This is fun. Actually, I can't have any salad because it's not my cheat day. What's up, Alyssa? Looking old is the new young for them. Dude, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised as like a form of like beauty. Now you try to look old to look beautiful or something. Showbiz Pizza Lover with the 10 says, listen to Negative XP. Is that a podcast? Negative XP. What's this? Oh, it's a band. I don't know if I can because of like copyright stuff. Is it a music thing? Scott Pilgrim versus the World, whole generation. Oh, it's like a rock band. I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Have I heard of Gavin McGinnis? Yeah, I've heard of Gavin. I don't know. I generally just like don't have a lot of interest in any of the culture war. I mean, I guess I do have interest in the culture war stuff, but it just feels so played out, if that makes sense. I know sometimes I get caught up in it still, but it feels outdated. Like it feels unuseful anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like some people think it's like really cathartic to like hear these people roast to the right or roast to the left, and it's just like I'm just disinterested anymore. I don't know. And it never really helped me. All it did was like make people not want to be my friend or me not want to be their friend. You know, and that's gay. Stupid. roast my ribs. How about that? Yeah. I guess we'll eat you alive. Sorry. Guys, I'm done with woke culture. I'm actually getting into cannibalism. Would that be sweet? Alright, how do you say this shit? But at college I encountered all kinds of Gnosticism, Mandeism, and Manchaeism. Joel the Enlightened. Yeah. Joel the Bored, more like it. I don't know. I had some conspiracy theory in my head that the whole culture war amplification over the past decade was literally just a way to one, to condition most people towards the concept of censorship for a period of time, right? Into normal, and to sort of feign the narrative of disputes between both parties to the extent of never being able to be pragmatic about anything, sure. But at the same time, I think it was almost to bide time. To basically buy time while some, unseen hand in the background slowly tanks the economy to the extent that whenever it finally does hit us, how bad it's going to be, we won't even want to be arguing about the woke or cultural divide stuff anymore. That, I don't know, we'll be kind of blindsided by the fact that there was economic things occurring in the background that we were unawares of, a big tsunami coming. It's a big tsunami coming, but at the same time we're all sitting there arguing about whether or not whether we got sand in our ham sandwich that we brought to the beach. I know it's not halal, but the culture war is used by both sides really how negatively some things affect certain people. Hey Sonomi, welcome back. Okay, I don't know how to say these words. I'm just gonna say Gnosticism and move on. Well, maybe I should learn how to say these words. We're always learning here on Let's Read. Every day we're learning. Oh my god. There's always something else to just put in your brain. Honestly, if I could calculate how much storage space I have in my brain, I probably have at least 100 gigs. 100 gigabytes. Mother fricker. I don't want to open up. Okay. We're doing it. We're wasting everyone's time, as usual. Eat my bananuals. I wish I had a bananule. Probably sitting on it. What does it say? Mandeism. Oh, who won the Ohio State game? Did you guys see that at all? Is it Ohio? Ohio State football. Oh, the Hurricanes. Miami for the win. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That came out of nowhere. I thought Ohio State was kind of obviously they're 12-2, but I figured they'd be unstoppable. All right, so in the college playoffs, does that mean that they're completely out, or is there a round robin type scenario? Just make up my own words. Honestly, what's the difference? Okay, Mandeism. We got Mandeism and we got Manichaeism. All right, we're good. Georgia and Alabama in the final. Oh, really? Okay, that was fast. Because it's only 8 teams now. I thought it used to be 12 or something. Latch onto the fringe issues who is using which... Right, yeah, that's a good point. The fringe concepts and arguing about those essentially are just a dog chasing its tail. Meanwhile, it's you ignore all the money moving around. What do I mean by that? I have no clue. I still believe in God, in a manner of speaking anyway. But at college, I encountered all kinds of Gnosticism, Mandeism, and Manichaeism. And it had me questioning everything, not just what I'd been told by Grandpa and my parents. Then the more I realized I'd been taught a lie, the more I realized my grandma hadn't simply passed away. She'd been murdered. And I entered a period of deep, clawing depression. Not just because my entire worldview had collapsed, but because it was too late to bring my grandpa to justice. The only thing that gave me even the smallest flicker of hope was the idea that my parents, along with the others who'd kept Grandma starved and confined to the chapel, could taste a small portion of that same justice. I was planning on cutting them off anyway, at least until I could find it in my heart to forgive them what they'd done to me. But when I called the cops and Have you guys watched Bird Box? It'd be kind of funny to talk about, instead of talking about Stranger Things or something, what if every stream I just hyper-fixated on how much I loved Bird Box? Honestly, the worst thing to come out of that whole Trumpian era of 2016 onward probably was Bird Box. Because that was the era in which I realized that people are so fucking stupid that they'll sit there and say that movie was good, and not a single person is going to argue. I thought it was like a fucking straight to Sci-Fi Channel original. Once I saw the Jinn, the genie monsters or whatever, and how they were this terrible 3D animation of cloud smoke, I was ready to throw up. Did I have a crush on Sandra Bullock? She is beautiful. I do really like Sandra Bullock. She's just very womanly and very, very motherly. Ever watch Eureka? Urethra? I have not, no. I thought Whiskey and Rye was the best. I've met my local bike. You had some? You had drinking it? Anybody drinking anything? Are the birds in said box? Honestly, I don't know. I forget what it was. It was or I don't remember if the genie was in the box or if the birds scared away the demons. It was all very weird. Oh, Speed and yeah, Sandra Bullock and Demolition Man. That's going back. That's crazy, actually. Demolition Man was great. Rob Schneider was in that. He was a young tyke. Hey, see you later, Mon Bleu. Gonna watch the new Spartacus. Is it in theaters or is it a show? I know there was a show on Stars for years. Although birds worked as an alarm system. Oh, okay, kind of sniffing out the carbon monoxide or whatever. Oh my god, wait. Was it literally just an allegory or a metaphor for carbon monoxide or some shit? And that's what was actually killing everyone, was hallucinations from gases seeping up from the earth, and that's why the monsters took on the form of gas beasts? Is that literally all the story fucking was? Am I dumb? But when I called the cops in that area and told them all about what had happened with my grandma, I knew that they'd do more to rubber stamp that family divorce than anything I could possibly think of. The cops paid them a visit, asked some questions, and concluded that there was very little chance of gaining any convictions, given the man with all the answers was now deceased. I figured that was the case, so I wasn't too disappointed, but the tension I felt when my parents' letters started appearing in my school mailbox was on another level. I had to deny it was me. I couldn't come clean until I'd finished my education, and I actually didn't come entirely clean until I'd saved enough money to pay my college back and could walk away from my family with only a small souvenir of guilt. I just wish that I had the lady balls to do it in person, because when it came time to confess my attempt to... Do we have to pay for a subscription for this new year? Would have been better if they made the birds in the box, but The Birds. Oh, the movie The Birds. Alfred Bigcock. I just wish I had the lady balls to do it in person, because when it came time to confess my attempt to get them arrested, I could only bring myself to do it by letter. I didn't have the flurry of correspondence that... Lady Lippies. I didn't have to... Oh. I didn't have to fear the fury, the flurry. Jesus Christ. Shaipaya, Happy New Year. I didn't have to fear the flurry of correspondence that would have come if I hadn't added a little postscript, one which detailed me moving someplace they'd never, ever find me. But I sometimes imagine how furious my father was. But furious or not, he cashed that check, and with that, I bought my freedom. As I said earlier, I still believe in God, just not in any sense my grandpa would ever sanction. Larry Bird or Michael Jordan? Oh, honestly, Larry Bird, I think, is very underappreciated within the realms of basketball. Obviously, Michael Jordan had Space Jam, and that's really all you needed to win me over with. But Larry Bird's one of those guys who was just a fucking... When I watched some of his highlights, he was just a robot. Like, he didn't give a fuck. And you also don't realize, like, he's a giant, bro. I think Larry Bird's like 6'9" or something. Sam, can I stay in 2025? I like the computer prices here better. Yeah, is it just the RAM? Is it just the RAM that's like 6 times more expensive? Also, it was pretty frustrating. I was going to get a computer built at Best Buy to prepare for Windows 69 or whatever, 67. And they literally in the span of like 1 month went from like helping you pick out parts and building it to me walking in asking about it again, and they said, we don't do that anymore. And it's like, bro, you did it. You didn't even do it. You didn't even attempt to do it. And they're like, it's just not cost effective. It's like, did no one in your fucking company think about something being cost effective before implementing it at all? Like, what the fuck? Mont Bleu with the 2. Happy New Year 2026, Joel. Thank you, Mont Bleu. Happy New... Oh, yeah, you're on the West Coast. Happy New Year. They're going to go bankrupt hard. I guess that makes sense. Do you have a Micro Center near you? They're the goats with help. Yeah, I'd probably go to Micro Center. Probably best to do that. They do horrible deals at Best Buy anyways. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me know your budget. I'll spec it out for you. Oh, yeah, that would be good. As I said earlier, I still believe in God. Just not in any sense my grandpa would ever sanction. I honor my mother and father by praying for them. Not every night, but most nights. I don't know if they've seen the error of their ways or even if that old farm still exists anymore. I just know I can't be friendly with a man who had a hand in the murder of his own beloved mother. Isn't it funny in like the Dune movie and like every movie where they're like in the Middle East, it always starts out like like it just sounds so fucking painful to even exist anywhere near a desert. And I'm like, isn't it fun sometimes, guys? Do you have any fun music? Anything to make me dance? Joe, you didn't read me. I did read you. Unless she's like behind. Happy New Year's 2026. I did with the 2. Sometimes people's let me just add her. Well, your stream might be behind. Sing the song of the last Final Destination movie, please. Which one's that? I don't even remember. No worries. No worries, haha. What if I just had like a full chat conversation with someone in the chat and ignored everybody else? Didn't even talk to them directly, just chatted with them. Okay, that was story 2. We are making no progress. We are now going to go on another diatribe about communism. Okay. Might be a faceless piece of art I did that says void. Who knows? The void. Come on, comrades. Joel, you're gonna want the most expensive 5090 GPU version, right? Honestly, yeah. At this point, if it's like something I'm gonna be using for work, I might as well go ham jam for it and just get the best shit. It just pisses me off that my other computer basically has to be defunct because my, motherboard is not up to date on their fucking AI Israel spying bullshit. What man would make me go gay? Oh, man, that's a good question. Like, probably my dad. No, sorry. No, I don't know. I don't know. Men are just gross, It's just like I look at them and it's like I appreciate the fact that like I appreciate them when they're covered in slippery oil and they have assless chaps on. It is kind of sexist of me to say that men are disgusting. Men are disgusting, throbbing, fucking hairy beasts. Yuck. Yuck, I can't even look at them. Well, too long. I can't look at it. Like, once I ejaculate, I can't even look at them anymore. Do you remember like Neil, or what's his name, Norm Macdonald would always be like, I have something to tell everybody. And he's like, what's that? And he's like, I've always been a deeply closeted gay man. And he's like, what? I had no idea you were gay. And he's like, no, I'm not gay. I'm just deeply closeted. Nick Fuentes said it was gay to love a woman. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is I don't know, his character, like, okay, so I have this theory. I have a theory, right? So I'm conspiratorial about everything. Everything. It goes through many filters of nonsense in my head, and it's fine. You can think once in a while, even if it's completely off base. But I have this, like, feeling, like, within the realms of, if you're trying to control a narrative, right, of the left versus the right, of the whatever, I genuinely have come to the conclusion that some of these characters, whether it's Hassan or Nick Fuentes, like, I actually kind of feel like these people are industry plants who operate from the sole perspective of creating what some might know as like the Overton window. I mean, yeah, Destiny's in there too. Didn't Destiny go to Israel too? I don't fucking know. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that they kind of create this like realm, this spectrum of political discussion, and usually say things that are rather extreme, right? But it's done in a manner in which to, like, one, limit your perspective on what you believe is like the most extreme or an idea in general. But then two, it's also used based on the fact that, like, if you're in Congress or whatever, you can point to these characters as reasons why a certain extreme action has taken place and blah, blah, blah. And then it basically enables you to expand further government oversight or change terms of services or expand censorship and all of that kind of stuff. And there was something, and I've kind of viewed that for a while in relation to, like, Nick Fuentes. His name is interesting. It's of Spanish origin, right? Going back to Spain. Anyways, the point being is that earlier, do you know, what's her name? Grimes. She's the baby mama of the world's quote-unquote richest man. What the fuck's his name? Elon Muskington, right? So, like, Elon Muskington was with her, and he's kind of like in the circle. He's in the circle. He gets like all the DoD contracts for all of his fucking, weird projects that he knows nothing the fucking about at all. And then she's like, part of that like strange abstract Illuminati type shit where she gets to birth the child of a demon, yada yada. I'm not trying to get into it too much, but the point is, she briefly followed Nick Fuentes on Twitter, and then, got flack for it, right? And then she unfollowed and said, no, listen, guys, it's not an endorsement. It's just that I wanted to follow who could potentially be the next stooge, authoritarian stooge for the government or whatever. And, and I was kind of thinking to myself, I'm like, oh my God, maybe someone like Nick Fuentes is literally being like primed, if he is like a controlled opposition character, he is literally being primed from a young age to be a presidential candidate, because he's kind of like that voice that's establishing what is kind of becoming the modern right. But then you see all those comments all over the place where it says like future president, by the way, or it sort of expands and eventually says like future God Emperor, by the way. And I would not be surprised if like after J.D. Vance or something like that, or whoever's next, that at some point Nick Fuentes, at whatever age you need to be to run for president, 35 or whatever it is, that he will be the next chosen one. And I don't, it's a conspiracy theory, but, and maybe they're all, maybe they truly are all chosen. You doubt very much that J.D. Vance will be next. Well, the reason I think it's J.D. Vance, and it's not, once again, it's not because of politics or anything, it's because of the people that got J.D. Vance into Trump's office in the first place was, Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel is one of the PayPal mafia along with Elon Musk and stuff. And he's kind of like just part of that circle of like the Five Eyes surveillance. He's in charge. He created Palantir, which was like, just basically AI used to authoritarianly control everything. They used it in Gaza. They've used it in the other parts of the Middle East. I mean, they have enacted it here in security cameras in America, things like that. And it's only going to get worse, right? So, yeah, it does kind of all feel like it's connected like a rubber band ball. That's a good analogy. But anyways, what's his name? J.D. Vance has a very strong tie to working with Peter Thiel at his investment firm, and he's, that whole, was that hillbilly handbook bullshit? Like, it's all just like made up nonsense. And so anyways, the point is that if ever there was like a propped up individual by whoever pulls the strings of Peter Thiel, it would be J.D. Vance, and that Palantir for the win. Yeah, right. Looks good at first glance, under scrutiny these days. I mean, once you make even like a degree of connections, it does at least beg some questions, Who knows, dude? Who knows? I just could our overlords just have a little bit of? Could they? Where's the CIA? Once again, where is the CIA of doing good? Where is the Knights Templar to come fight on our behalf against this, millennia-long conspiracy? Like, where are they, man? I'm not defending a system, but how do you feel about the havoc our capitalist system has caused over the world for the profits of corporations our elite? It's not nice, dude. It's not good. It genuinely feels like the United States and all of its successes internally is more or less like an Elysium, right? Like you get there, you get to be there, you have a certain degree of like financial success just existing in the United States compared to the rest of the world and their poverty. But at the same time, there's nothing about it that I agree with as far as like the military-industrial complex and all that kind of stuff. It's just, it feels like we're just I don't know, it feels like America is just a lapdog of a larger operation, like a millennia's long operation, and it's all leading to, and I dare I say, the War of Armageddon, whatever that might be. And I don't want it to do that, I don't want to fulfill some prophecy through destruction. I want to keep eating, well, I would say pizza, but I'm keto now, so, Tina Turner said that we don't need another hero, but she was wrong. I mean, you are your own hero. You are your own hero. You can't rely upon any of these people. So basically you're gay, right? You're paleo, how do you think right? You're keto now? No, I don't know. I'm just kidding. I mean, I do believe that I should I mean, I love, garlic knots, just like the next person, stuffed crust. But I do really think that people need to just eat whole foods and eat less ingredients, right? Don't eat a bunch of processed carbohydrates that inflame your system and give you cancer in your gut, give you polyps in your asshole, and all that kind of shit. You tried keto, couldn't stick to the diet long. Keto's hard. It's hard, man. Yeah, especially with the cravings of the carbohydrates and stuff. I mean, I guess eventually you get kind of used to it. The one thing that really helped me was just having like a huge bag of frozen berries that thawed in the fridge, and that's like definitely minimal carbs, and at the very least it's not processed carbs. But I don't know, you kind of have to like change your taste buds over time to just enjoying eggs and fucking meat. But then all of a sudden you come off of it hard and you're like, raw fucking donuts and milk and sugary treats from Willy Wonka's factory. Joel is so predictable. What did I do? Am I talking about the same shit again? Guys, you better be doing a drinking game for me when I say the same shit 100 times in a row, like an old man. Can't have pizza or hamburgers. I can't live without those. I know, bro. It's the American way. And French toast. Good point. That's more American than those up previous to. You and your frozen berries. Yeah, you should try it. It's so good. 3-pound one from the grocery store. Take it, put it in your fridge. It'll thaw out. In the morning, it's literally like the best. If you have kids, it's like probably way better than giving them a bowl of cereal in the morning. Whatever the fuck cereal is. Hey Joel, my name's Kieran and I'm from Glasgow. And when he was still with us, my old granddad, God rest his soul, told me a story that I think you'll enjoy reading. He moved to Glasgow back in the 40s when he was still a teenager, so his dad could work in the munitions factory since the war was on. But he grew up in this little coastal village called Strone. The name comes from the Scottish Gaelic for a nose, and if you look at Strone on a map, the peninsula that Strone is situated on really does look like a big old schnauzer. But don't let the name fool you, because I visited Strone with my granddad and it really is beautiful. But it's also a place with a very dark secret, albeit a very open secret these days. And one of my granddads, am I saying that right? Anybody from this area? Strone. Nothing beats the drunk friend that tells the same story a dozen times, sometimes right after another. Yeah. I'm not drunk. I'm high on crack. Don't eat during the day, then I eat my wife cooks, and then the graham crackers and peanut butter and milk, and I wake up throughout the night. I mean, don't eat... Wait, why are you eating graham crackers and peanut butter and milk? Like right before bed. It's like the worst thing you could possibly eat. Sorry to bring up slurs again. What slurs are you typing? You naughty person. Maybe it didn't show the message. I don't know. Oh. Struan. Oh, Struan. Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's see. Slurs are certified okay. Who's that one guy that comes in and he says, Porker approved, or something? Porker approved? John Pork approved. John Pork has approved these slurs. Okay, how do you put Strone? Yo, literally, do you listen to other podcasts if you have time? If so, who? Anyway, could you do a Crazy Stories from New York? Yeah, I can look into it. Lately, I've been listening to this one called the... Let me look it up on YouTube. I forget what it's called. The something motel. UFO motel. the Dreamland Motel. I might collaborate with their channel, but it's a pretty smaller channel, 16.6k views, but I mean, or 16.6k subscribers, but the quality of the stuff he talks about is very good. Especially I watched the Looking Glass episode. It was like 2 hours, and I listened to it while I was wrapping presents, and it was just really enjoyable. Like, a lot of interesting, weird information. It's pronounced Struan. Okay, yeah. Let's see, we'll do that again. Oh, strown like stone. Okay, Struan. Struan. Stroan. Polish or French? Crap. Crappy crap. How to say strong from Scotland. Typically pronounced strone, like stone. Oh, okay. It comes from the Gaelic antastrone, meaning the nose or the headland. Oh, okay, so it's not Struan? It's just Strone? I think it's just Strone. Oh, okay, sorry. Also, yawning is good. No criticisms of yawning. It feels like farting. A delicious fart from your mouth. Place with a very dark... Okay. But it's also a place with a very dark secret. Albeit a very open secret these days. And one my granddad let me in on one day after a few too many drums of whiskey. And so back in the 1900s, before World War I, Strone was exactly what it is now, just smaller. It's this charming wee village with nary a care in the world, full of smiley, happy people who all said hello when they passed each other on the shore road. There's a beautiful golf course that the town sort of sandwiches, so Strone would get all kinds of bigwigs and wealthy types coming through, and making the cafe and pub owners very happy, lightening their pockets. Lightning? Making the cafe and pub owners very happy, lightning... Oh, okay, they're... The bigwigs are lightning. A healthy diet of mini pizzas and chicken taquitos tonight. Let's go. Happy New Year, brother. Just got done working nice. Surprised to see you. Like, heck yeah, dude. Happy New Year. Thank you. I'm a financial analyst and legit sit at my desk and listen. It gets me through the day, so thanks for being my G. Happy. Oh, Robert, can you tell us what you anticipate for this coming year? Is the economy going to collapse? And what should we do with our money? Elo Garcia, thank you for the 20. Baccarino says, Happy New Year, everyone. Hope everyone is doing great. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Data center stock. Was it data center or was it like nuclear fission or something? Happy New Year's from Austin. I just got home from working a double at my HEB store. Hydro, what's uppies? What's an HEB store? Health eccentric boop. Of course it's going to collapse now that everyone's pulling cash out and hoarding it. Is that what's happening? Invest in S&P low index stocks, pretty safe. Yeah, but I mean, like, is it? If we begin the cascade effect? I just made that up, by the way. Invest in American Eagle. It is America's 250th birthday. Yeah. Invest in the actual eagle. Go find one in like a national forest and give it a worm. Google something called the yield curve. Historically, it's predicted every recession. This means people are moving to short-term government bonds. Oh. Okay. Well, thank you. God, investing is so fucking boring, bro. Like, I wish it was exciting, you know? Even the idea of, like, real estate, it's it's just boring. Like, who wants to sit on a fucking house and be a landlord and have to, like, clean it and shit? And I mean, not the worst life ever, right? But, like, wouldn't you rather take it and go start a fucking sandwich shop or, like a go-kart? Start a go-kart business? It's the world's biggest go-kart business? Or maybe just, like, a big thing of zip lines? How do I feel about the Sean Ryan Roblox drama? Please, God, tell me Sean Ryan was playing Roblox. That would bring me so much joy. Okay. Sean Ryan Roblox drama ? Check the internet. There's always... Couldn't find any major news. Sean Ryan show coverage of... Oh, okay. He covered the Roblox dangers. Some online posts and clips ties to the Sean Ryan Show, a podcast feature episodes where guest ethical hacker Ryan Montgomery discussed Roblox and alleged predatory activity within games like Roblox and Minecraft. These discussions have shared on social media platforms dramatic tones like, your kids aren't safe on Roblox. These posts aren't necessarily breaking news, but more personal viral clips and blah, blah, blah. A claim about groups like the 764 cult targeting kids in Roblox, a recent hacker interview discussed on the Sean Ryan Show, mentions an alleged network of online predators grooming kids through games including Roblox and Minecraft. This has been shared widely, but this is reporting via podcasts and secondary media, not an independently verified mainstream investigation. Related Roblox safety controversy, well documented. A better documented situation that does count as Roblox drama is the Schlep controversy. Not directly about Sean Ryan, but often discussed by the same online safety crowd. In August 2025, a Roblox-related YouTuber named Schlep was banned from Roblox and received a cease and desist letter after conducting live sting operations on alleged child predators on the platform, which many fans called drama and criticized Roblox safety policies. This sparked a huge online debate about whether Roblox does enough to protect children, with petitions, creators protesting Roblox, and even legal action by U.S. states over child safety concerns. Well, that's weird. Why? Or no, rather, what? Jesus Christ. What was Roblox reasoning for banning schleppers? They lost $6 billion? How did they even have that much? Now we're going down this Roblox rabbit hole. I hope this doesn't interfere with 99 Nights in the Forest. I hope that's still available. Roblox's stated reasoning for banning Schlep was that his actions violated the platform's terms of services and created unsafe situations for pedophiles. Even if his intentions seemed good, specifically Roblox argued that his activities went beyond reporting problems. Roblox said Schlep's similar vigilante creators impersonated minors and actively engaged with other users, which crossed a line from reporting violations to acting on the platform in ways that weren't allowed. These interactions, Roblox argued, could mimic inappropriate behavior and draw other users in. Yeah, it's like them acting as minors was bad, but the predators acting as minors is totally chill. Roblox policies prohibit using in-platform chat to lead users to other platforms for explicit conversations or set up interactions outside Roblox, a core part of what Schlep's Sting Up videos did. Roblox said this undermined his own safety systems, or its own safety systems. The company said independent sting operations, even ones meant to expose predators, could complicate real law enforcement processes and potentially expose children to more risk rather than reduce it. Because of those violations, Roblox terminated all accounts associated with Schlep and issued a cease and desist notice threatening legal action if he returned or continued similar actions. I guess that makes some sense, because, I mean, when these people do these vigilante things, it does actually interfere with actual cases, or I think it even gets, like, thrown out in court or something whenever it's, like, a sting, or I might be incorrect. But what the hell is Roblox? Roblox is just basically Minecraft, but there's like 10 trillion different mini games that you can play instead of like making blocks. He lives by a lake and has a bog and a channel, so they decided to make that home. Or what are you talking about? Oh, okay. What the hell is Minecraft? What's my favorite kind of cheese? Oh man. Fucking pepper jack's really good. To find good stocks, you need to do a regression analysis in Excel, like y equals mx plus b slope formula for each stock on a closed date and increase or decrease, but stand in pores does this in the spider EFT. EFTs? Oh. Do you use Aladdin at all to like predict, like using AI to predict all sorts of stuff like that? Which I remember hearing that Aladdin that like BlackRock used was literally just like insider trading, because you're basically, even whenever like somebody looks at a stock, you can kind of like predict with where they're looking and where they're going to buy. To see that he'd be carried away by an eagle. New to the channel, I'm glad I'm not the only sick motherfucker in here. Nah, everybody in here is freaking crazy. Crazy taxi. Alright. Anyways, yeah. Well, you know, Sean Ryan, at the end of the day, Sean Ryan needs, you know, I think he usually shines some light on some interesting topics, and Roblox is obviously one that's kind of like bridging the gap with, like, it's getting us to talk about it, right? So it's obviously a good topic to cover. How many stories we got left? This is story 3 of 4, so we got one more after this. There's a beautiful golf course that the town short of sandwiches... Wait, what? There's a beautiful golf course that the town's... Oh, whoops. There's a beautiful golf course that the town sort of sandwiches, so Strone would get all kinds of bigwigs and wealthy types coming through, and making the cafe and pub owners very happy, lightening their pockets. Everything's going wonderfully. The police constable has nothing to do but stroll around whistling to himself, until one day, when the town's post office suddenly burns down. And in doing so, it unleashes a scandal of what at the time was considered epic proportions. The post office was first spotted ablaze just after sunset in October, and although the townsfolk fought bravely to douse the flames, the post office burned to the ground overnight. Fearing the postmaster and his 2 assistants to be victims of the blaze, the village constable enlisted 2 trusted men in sifting. Hey, Happy New Year, Bree. Good to see ya. I don't know what Roblox is, but people coming to me like, do you play Roblox? I'm like, no. Yeah, I mean, I could see it being so much fun when you're a kid, because there's like, it's just like the most ADHD bullshit where you're just like, oh, this game's, I'm not having fun here anymore, let's go over here. Oh, there's a shooter game, let's play that. Oh, there's like a game where we can do RPG stuff, let's do that, you know what I mean? Or there's a game where you can literally just jump in front of traffic, probably. So I don't know, it'd be awesome when you're a kid, but I feel like beyond that, kids talk to their friends on it. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I could use some crack. Fearing the postmaster and his 2 assistants to be victims of the blaze, the village constable enlisted 2 trusted men in sifting through the rubble. Then when he was finished, he announced both good and bad news. The good news was that no human remains had been located among the ashes, meaning the postmaster and his assistants were no doubt still alive. The bad news, on the other hand, was that they appeared to have absconded with over £1,000. He'd burn a place down for $1,000. That's amazing. Guys, we can make over $1,000 if we burn this whole fucking place down. Can you get members only on Spotify? I don't think so. There's a Patreon that you can do a $5 tier on there. You get early access to audio with a $1 tier, but if you do $5, you get early access and bonus content. And you can play it over your podcast, like with the RSS feed, I think. Methinks that's how it works. The bad news, on the other hand, was that they appeared to have absconded with over £1,000 belonging to the town's post office savings bank. The trio consisted of the postmaster, a Mr. Dalgish, who was a middle-aged bachelor, and two spinsters, Mrs. Robertson and Mrs. Mackenzie. Since none had any family in the village, it stood to reason that they'd be inclined to God damn it. Since none had it... I need to, enunciate my fucking words. I need someone to hit me with, a bamboo stick to keep me, locked in. The bad news, on the other hand, was that they appeared to have absconded with over £1,000 belonging to the town's post office savings bank. The trio consisted of the postmaster, a Mr. Dalgish, who was a middle-aged bachelor, and two spinsters, Mrs. Robertson and Mrs. Mackenzie. Since none... fuck. Hey, Jessica. And hey, Eloy Garcia. Thank you for the 10 buckaroos. Good night, everyone. Need to sleep. Gotta work tomorrow morning. Hope everyone has a dope year. Thank you, Garcia. Good to see you, and thank you so much for your support. Appreciate you. I have 50 miles left to go before I get to Scranton. Oh, shit. Better whip out the crack pipe. JK. Also, if you do trucking, do you know many truckers who do crack? Just curious. Oh. Also, tell me if this is bad. So, I think I've told you about me brothers, but they're a bit older than me, right? And they've always been pretty high drama, right? And I've never had any issues with them at all my whole life, being the younger one. Always looked up to them until, obviously, I was of sound mind. But I was kind of thinking, they've been, just rather drama-filled recently. Would it be too much for me to just be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm never talking to them again? I got a buddy that does local beer, liquor distributions. He's clean, but he's got some stories. Oh, I bet. Do you ever do decline press? I have, and you really feel the stretch in your chest, in the isolation, but I will say, I would highly suggest just not doing flat bench, not doing decline, and if you have to do a straight bar bench, just do 30, 45 degree incline bench press if you have to. Otherwise, I would just stick with dumbbells, solely because the second you fuck up your shoulder, your labrum and shit, it's just such a pain in the dick, and it's really, really hard to come back from. And that decline press is probably amplifies that times 10 in my mind. So, and honestly, most people struggle with developing their upper chest anyways. Bamboo slap. People struggle with developing their upper chest anyways, so you will get a better looking chest, in the bodybuilding world, if you just do incline stuff and don't even fuck around with flat bench or whatever. Hey, Gustavo, thank you for the 5 gifters too. Yoltz Malachi, Lottie Lou, Liddy Garadado, Roger Cardinals, Firemaster. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult, my friends. Be sure to thank Gustavo for his kind gift. Thank you. It may come to that, Joel. Sadly, family is always more difficult and less forgiving than friends. Well, it's just so annoying, bro. Especially my oldest brother, I told you about my middle brother, he struggles with drug stuff. So he's annoying, he's actually nice, but he's annoying because he always wants something and he's always just causing drama. But the older one has no overt issues, but seemingly just is mad. Like, just seems like bipolarly angry at family for no fucking reason. Well, not no fucking reason, but certainly me. I'm the innocent one. Come on, guys. You know, and it's like, and it's just, I'm like, I'm 30 fucking 5, bro. Like, I barely even, like, waste my time trying to, like, keep friends around who suck, right? Why do I have to, like, waste my time trying to keep family who more or less exist as a form of abstraction, you know, most of my existence? So what's the fucking point of, like, always chasing after somebody else's affection when genuinely it doesn't even fucking make a difference, you know? Like, I've come to that conclusion. Like, some people say they have an amazing relationship with their siblings and all that kind of stuff, which is fantastic. I'm happy for them. But it's probably because it's easy to have that. If you have to, like, be the one that's constantly, like, trying to make someone happy in some way because of the issues they have with other parts of your family, it's just fucking weird, man. What do I look like? Oh, scary. Just fucking scary. You got us, Joel. You don't need anyone else. Honestly, I agree. You guys are probably the nicest people I know ever, honestly. You let people do what they want, show you what their priorities are. Yeah, exactly. You know, like, I texted my brother. I got presents for him and my nephew. I fucking call him. He doesn't answer. It's like, fuck you, bro. Fucking baby. Whatever, man. And I say that lovingly, but at the same time, it's just, I don't know. It's just like, whatever. You don't need drama in your life from people who are just, like, gonna... You ever thought about moving away from PA? Yeah, for sure. It's just, I don't even know where I would go. I have friends down in Florida, but it's like they moved down there and they got shit on by a fucking hurricane twice. I feel bad for them. They're, like, barely made it through this hurricane season, and they're trying to sell their house by spring and just, like, move up east again. Wait, Joel, does the incline bench press advice apply to both women and men? Yeah, for sure. Like, if you're trying to just develop a muscular chest in general, yes, and it'll save you the hassle of eventually hurting yourself on the bench, which literally everyone always does because it's a stupid fucking just awkward movement. Even my one friend who does, like, 405 pounds on the bench press, you eventually, like, hurt something. You know, he like got, like, tennis elbow bullshit from doing it. Being an older brother is difficult, so is a younger brother, but once you're both serious adults, childish behavior needs to be put down by both sides. Easier said than done, to be sure. Yeah, and I'm, like, totally, like, it's just weird. It's like, we have no negative interaction with each other at all, but he just, like, arbitrarily, I don't know if he associates me with, like, certain family members, and therefore I'm no good, or maybe he's, like, jealous. You know, people say he's envious or whatever, the fact that I had a more normal life, I guess, and then therefore, I don't know, had more successes. But it's like, bro, you can do, I had to do stuff, you know, you can do stuff. Whatever. Do you think one or both brothers are the type to disassociate because of political differences? No, we're on the same kind of plane with that. You know, if anything, I'm pretty, like, disassociated with it all entirely, not trusting either, like, party kind of concept. And, you know, so it's definitely not that kind of thing, even though they probably would just be like, I think most people are around it so much they kind of just roll their eyes at this point to any of those conversations. But anyways, no, it's not related to that. It's just, sometimes I think people just kind of, like, they want problems, always. Picasso. His envy is like drinking rat poison and expecting the rat to die. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. I have the same dynamic with my younger brother. I try, but it's never reciprocated. See, that I feel like that would actually be harder, because, you know, when I look at my older brother, being that he's like 11 years older than me, I see someone who, like, as a child, I, like, deeply looked up to, and that if he wanted to hang out, it was basically he had to make the decisions to do it, right? And that doesn't mean that it's not a two-way street, for sure, you know? But I feel like it would hurt trying to be the older one, because you almost feel responsible for the younger one and stuff. That doesn't mean that if they're going to be negative, then that's their fault, but that would be tough. Because I do have a nephew who's from that brother, who sometimes he doesn't respond to things or whatever, and I'm just like, what the fuck did I do to you, bro? You owe me your fucking life. You owe me your fucking life. You better answer. Be the solution. I call my two brothers all the time. Do everything you can to promote love, man. And it has to mean everything to you, and you know you did everything you could. That's a fair perspective too. And I guess you just never give up or whatever. But I'm pretty ready to give up. Avoid them. And whatever. But I appreciate you guys' insight on that. It's just, just feels good to vent. He, one at least, could be struggling financially and ashamed to associate. That was me years ago. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I would help him. I help I help everybody in my family if they need something. I just don't like to be taken advantage of, obviously, but I would help. I just realized why swimmers don't really lift weights, just throw medicine balls and resistance bands. Yeah, I mean, there's swimmers are still like really jacked and lean, but I guess they want to be as like aerodynamic in the water as possible. Since none had any family in the village, it stood to reason that they'd be inclined to abscond. But the village was still shocked to its absolute core, as it constituted the town's most high-profile crime since the 1700s, when a gang of smugglers murdered the village officer while bringing goods to shore. At a village church service one Sunday, the vicar... How do you say this word? The vicar? It's a Christian cleric acting as representative or deputy for a bishop superior overseeing the parish or congregation, especially in the Anglican, Church of England, Catholic traditions. Vicar, okay. Avoidance is fine, no need to plan on forever. I guess that's a good point too. I just avoid them, keep them at a distance from their drama, and then if they want to chill, that's on them. Did you say one of your brothers asked you to give him money for a startup business idea and it failed? That could have been... No, that was my friend who was also my pastor. He's about the same age as my brother, so I kind of like looked up to him and the business idea. It's technically still hasn't completely failed, but since I brought other people in to manage it, but it did fail under his leadership and cost me a lot of money. I know, right? Fucking pastor. Oh, what a douchebag. I don't know. Just disappointing. Do I have a sister? No. Do your brothers know you are a gay superhero, or is that a secret? I don't think they're aware. They would never talk to me again. Thank you for having this session on New Year's Eve because I'm spending it alone. I don't have to spend it alone because I have Let's Read and you're following. Yeah, Gummy Worms, no worries. Good to see you. Your family disowned you when you needed help. I mean, we have tried a lot for my middle brother as far as like his drug issues, and I don't know, I'm about to like fucking send him down to Mexico to do some like DMT hallucinogen shit or something, because apparently that helped my one friend get away from like tranquilizer or whatever. But then when he got back to his family, he was only there for a week and was like, somebody drive me to Philadelphia. And then I don't know why the person took him there, but he took him there and he was like back on Fent in like a fucking, like a day. It's crazy. Just take his drugs away and then send them to me. I'll take care of him. At a village church service one Sunday, the vicar invited the town's policeman to address his congregation. Constable Mikalsen announced that he was doing everything he could to bring the trio to justice and return the stolen money. He was even working in conjunction with police forces in Glasgow and Belfast, and that officers in Glasgow believed that they were hot on the trio's trail. Not even a week later, Constable Mikalsen had more good news for the congregation. Police had raided a home in Clydebank, believing it to be the missing trio's safe house, and by the looks of things, Dalglish, Robertson, and Mackenzie had fled just minutes prior, but they left behind a large bag of banknotes. The post office savings money had been recovered. Now naturally, the money's return was the cause of much celebration around Strone, celebrations the pub landlords were only too happy to facilitate for their own financial gain. But it was all a lie. And the truth didn't come out for another 25 years, not until one of the men who helped Constable Mikalsen. Constable Mikalsen. I got sober and then they started me on about addiction. Little late, guys. Yeah, fucking hell, man. Drugs are tough. I'm generally, I don't know, I look at my brother and I'm just like, so fortunate that I'm not down that rabbit hole. Because, like, one of my best friends in 5th grade, my dad forced me to, like, not to hang out with him. And then having not done it, he eventually ended up on pills and then heroin. So that was kind of, I mean, I don't know if we would have, like, continued down the same path, but who knows. The Devoured Eagle with the 5 says, hey, Joel, are you a Mad at the Internet fan? You strike me as a Josh Moon, aka Null fan. Happy New Year as well to you, the family, and the peeps here. Thank you for the 5. I am not familiar with Mad at the Internet. Let's see it. Maybe I'll add him to the list. Mad at the Internet. Mad at the Internet. Oh, he's only got like 8.8k subscribers. Kiwi Casino, Mad at the Internet Locals, Grapes of... Is it just like a podcast? Is that where it's like more popular? Hey, Notion Visual Effects with the 2s. Take my money, Happy New Year. Thank you, friend. Good to see you. Dude, if your pastor is asking you for money, that shows a lot. Sounds like you are not only generous, but having trouble saying no. Sounds like you are the responsible one in the family and you're... Yeah. For sure. For sure. But I've learned to, honestly, I've learned at this point to say no to people asking me for money just because I want to, like, maintain my friendship with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, knowing that I'm going to have a degree of animosity towards them, like, not paying me back, I'm just like, well, you know what, fuck it. Let's not even give them the chance. Unless I absolutely, like, am just doing it so... Like, if they're telling me they're going to return it with interest or whatever, you know what I mean, for an investment, then that's just a no-go. Unless it made absolute fucking sense. But now I have to, like, actually get some consultation before I make any decisions. You don't know why you respect constables more than I respect cops. Yeah, what is the difference? Is a constable just kind of like a little detective that walks around with a dog? Kaylee Smith, what's up, dude? What are you doing? What's your favorite novel? Thank you. Favorite novel? I'll be honest with you, I don't read for fun. So I literally grew up not knowing how to read till I was like 10. And then now I only do it for a job. Right, but like, I read these kind of journal entries and stuff, so I don't know. I'd like to sit and read, but it's like, do I sit and read or do I go to the gym? Do I sit and read or do I go out to eat with friends? Do I sit and read or do I fucking play Arc Raiders for hours? You know what I mean? Like, do I go to the casino? No, I'm just kidding, but... Everything overindulged in is bad, even water. It's more of a self-discipline thing than drugs or sex or addiction being the problem. Like, guns don't kill people, people kill people. So you think, like, at any point during the process of having the drug, it was... I always kind of, like, I always thought it was just, like, the constant need for, like, the withdrawals, you know, and then the dopamine, or... I guess I don't really understand addiction completely, to be honest with you. You need a girlfriend. I don't know, man. If one comes along, I have no issues with it, but sometimes I just think, like, after you have relationships and they're like a headache, you're like, maybe I'm pretty cool being me, man. Like, the person would have to be pretty low drama. Reading and working out is fun, very limited. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Or a boyfriend. Yeah, I'm a lesbian. I identify as a lesbian. I've been getting really into, like, scissoring lately. It's pretty cool. It starts to become like a dance move. Ooh, 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 ooh. I need a quality classic girlfriend. I need to go in a time machine and find my grandma's best friend. Like using the Stairmaster machine while reading at the same time. 1 hour goes by easily. Stairmaster reading. I guess that's doable. I feel like I'd be bouncing up and down. I'd be bouncing on it. I love to read, but I must admit that I've been online more than I've been reading a lot. I don't blame you, dude. Scrolling on your fucking phone for hours, getting only a little bit of information but never a lot, is kind of like peak humanity. The truth didn't come out for another 25 years, not until one of the men who helped Constable Mikalsen sift through the rubble of the post office was on his deathbed. Constable Mikalsen himself had long since passed away following a short but valiant battle against an aggressive cancer, and had resigned to take the secret to his grave. Yet one of the men he trusted to do the same eventually proved he could not. He was said to have expressed a deep remorse at helping tarnish the good names of 2 innocent women in Mrs. Mackenzie and Mrs. Robertson. Because not only had they not been involved in any kind of plot to rob the post office's savings, there had been no such theft at all. According to him, this is the true story of what happened the morning after the fire. Having been up for most of the night trying to put out the fire, most of the village was still asleep during the dawn hours. Having been up, they pay for his rehab instead, and rehab isn't cheap. Rehab is not cheap, bro. It's fucking crazy. What would the sirens tempt you with? What would lead you to your doom? Probably just fucking garlic knots. Fucking cheddar cheese biscuits from Red Lobster. She could just dress up as a waitress and have like a basket of those sitting on the side of the rock. I'd steer that ship directly into that crap. Thanks, Alyssa. Had knee surgery a year, total ACL reconstruction back in the 90s. They put in 2 screws in my knee and did middle grafts. Was bedridden 8 months. Read almost every Stephen King novel. That's awesome. What was your favorite? I have to go. Have a good night, Joey, and everyone in the chat. Happy New Year's, everyone. Thanks, Pat. It's good to see you, dude. Happy New Year. Nasty Nate, what's up, bro? Happy New Year. Cheddar Bay biscuits from Red Lobster. I ate 6 of them in one sitting. I mean, they should, honestly, if Red Lobster wants to save their business, I know they've been struggling, they should literally make a really cheap, maybe not that cheap, like $10. $10, all you can eat Cheddar Bay biscuits as your only meal. You come in, you sit down, you say, I just want the Cheddar Bay biscuits, and then that's all you fucking get, in a soda or fucking water. And I'm sure they could work out the math to make it worth it. And I know that like people ordering their normal food have unlimited as well. But there's something about like if you know what I mean, you find that like happy medium in the prices. Yeah, fuck yeah. Ever had measles? I don't think so. Just when I was on the Brady Bunch. They make $0 from that? You think so? How much is it to make a Cheddar Bay biscuit? I feel like don't they already make $0 from them or whatever? I say that idea to at a board meeting, they just throw me through a window. Wait! You can make those biscuits at home now. Well, that's true. I feel like they're never quite as good as right there in the lob. The red lob. Having been up most of the night trying to put out the fire, most of the village was still asleep during the dawn hours. This gave Constable McAllister and his 2 hand-picked men plenty of time to comb through the ashes of the post office alone, which is how they found the bones of the postmaster along with his 2 assistants. The men were obviously bemused as why the trio hadn't escaped once they realized there was a fire. And the post office was a relatively small building, so it's likely they noticed something ferning. Oh my gosh. That's like slow motion dyslexia right there. Nardwar. Nardwar. Do, 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 do. I want to make an encrusted fried fat patty with mac and cheese on the inside. I've been craving some good mac and cheese lately. Do it. Do it right now. Do it now. Go out and get your supplies. Cook for us. Mac and cheese in a cone? Why are you coming up with these great ideas out of nowhere? A big fucking waffle cone filled with delicious fresh mac and cheese. That sounds disgusting. But it also sounds really good if you're high as shit on crack. No, you wouldn't want to eat it on crack. What would you want to eat it on? THC, probably. Garlic waffle cone, too. Goddamn. The post office was a relatively small building, so it's likely they noticed something burning fairly quickly. But upon examining the post office 2 door... But upon examining the post office's 2 doors, they discovered both had been locked tight. And not only that, but the keys appeared to have been in the clothing of the postmaster himself. Since the scene didn't make any sense, the constable asked his 2 pals to keep watch over it while he gained access to the postmaster's home. He intended on searching his home for clues to what had happened. He didn't have to look past the kitchen, though. On the table, Postmaster Dalglish had left an extensive handwritten note describing exactly why he'd chosen to lock himself and his 2 assistants in the post office before personally setting it on fire. And the note was long and rambling, but the essence was this. Dalglish believed his 2 assistants were, as he phrased it, no longer who they claimed to be. He claimed they posed a significant threat to the people of Strone, as well as the wider world, and since their power meant that they could be outmatched. This is actually a crazy story in just like an interesting way. It's almost like coming across like The Thing, you know what I mean? Like I imagine inside that place there was The Thing. And that's why it got burned down. What is the one meal you would request to be home cooked for you right now? Kebab. Garlic bread, waffle cones with oven-baked mac and cheese mixed with mashed potatoes and bacon bits and cheese on top, sprinkle on some corn. Oh my god, please be careful. Do not let the CIA hear you say something so delicious. They'll ruin it. Or the Jamaican version, John Carpenter's Da Ting. Yeah, man, we're on the island. We gave the monsters some ganja. You heard I was CIA. Well, you heard right. But do you know my purpose? Within the organization? I just made it to the Dial Soap Factory to make my delivery. Do you guys need any detergents? Do they have any cocoa butter? There's no places open here except Sheets. I'm hungry now, Joel. Honestly, I feel like a Sheets would probably make some that exact concoction of like a fucking mac and cheese cone. He claimed they posed a significant threat to the people of Strone, as well as the wider world, and since their power meant that they could not be outmatched in a head-on confrontation, Dalglish explained that he had no choice but to use the only means available to him. He would suddenly lock the post office, set it on fire, then keep the two beings, the word he used, from escaping before they died from smoke inhalation. That's the story he told before he went to his deathbed. He lived vicariously through me? Dude, I'm not even real. Gotta go back to Stranger Things. It's been a solid show for season 1 to 5, to be honest. I should check out the rest of it, catch up. Yeah, how was the season finale? You love me? Love you too. Good to see you. New Year's. Happy New Year's. McAllister later told one of the men guarding the post office that it was the single most disturbing thing he'd been put to Paige. Fucking penis. I should drink a drink, shouldn't I? McAllister later told one of the men guarding the post that it was the single most disturbing thing he'd seen put to Paige, the ramblings of a madman. And if word spread of what the postmaster had done, there was no telling how it'd affect the village and its people. And as I mentioned earlier, a big portion of the village's income came from the nearby golf course, and if the wealthy stopped patronizing it, well, am I saying Patreon? Yeah, Patreon. The golf course has a Patreon. Oh my god. Drink anything good or just water? Just the water and... what was this one again? 7-Up. Mixed them together. Watered it down. Happy New Year, Eddie. Any New Year's resolutions? I don't know, man. Just want to get my financials in check and, yeah. Maybe just, like, lock in the diet. And if word spread of what the postmaster had done, there was no telling how it'd affect the village and its people. And as I mentioned earlier, a big portion of the village's income came from the nearby golf course, and if the wealthy stopped patronizing it while staying in the village hotels and drinking in the village pubs, then it'd have a terrible effect on its economy. There was also the matter of reputation, something which was far more important back then than it is now. These days, people are all about exposing and talking and therapizing, but back then, and I hope you don't mind if I try to coin a phrase, but a stiff upper lip was valued far, far higher than a wobbly lower one. But above all, Constable McAllister knew that having such a terrible murderous insanity visit Strone would have an indelible effect on its people for generations to come. There'd be rumors of hauntings, the story would traumatize children, and all kinds of penny dreadful journalists would come slithering around, poking their snouts into places they didn't belong. And so, Constable McAllister made what you might call an executive decision and covered everything up, sacrificing the reputations of the deceased for the reputation of the village. A dying man spoke his piece and the secret was out, but since it was only spoken around a few choice relatives, it didn't exactly spread like wildfire. Instead of spreading overnight, it took years of quiet whispers for the truth to spread, and even then, many dismissed it as a ghastly rumor spread by bored schoolchildren. But my granddad, on the other hand, he swore by it. He said that one night, in the year before his family moved themselves to Glasgow, someone dug up Mrs. Mackenzie's grave in the middle of the night. It must have taken them all bloody night to do so, but I don't think they neglected to fill the grave back in or put the lid back on the coffin through lack of time. It was to prove that the grave old Mrs. Mackenzie It was to prove that the grave old Mrs. Mackenzie, whose remains were supposed to have been buried. Probably the grave of, right? Mrs. Mackenzie. Mrs. Mackenzie. It must have taken them all bloody night to do so, but I don't think they neglected to fill the grave back in or put the lid back on the coffin through lack of time. It was to prove that the grave of old Mrs. Mackenzie, whose remains were supposed to have been buried after perishing in the post office fire, was empty. Should I add that'd be kind of cool to add a wispy echo to the last word of every story. When I do that, kind of creepy finish. Was empty, empty, empty. They made the scariest character hot in the new Pet Sematary. I didn't know if I should be scared or turned on or slightly both. What? What character in Pet Sematary was scary? It was like a dead body. Have I upgraded my mic recently? No. Well, I guess the one you're hearing on my stream here is a TLM. A Neumann TLM 103, so I guess that would be an upgrade from my previous one. Yeah. My daughter's cousin is a famous older actor and played in Stephen King's Hospital. They invited me out to set to meet Stephen King, but it was in British Columbia, so obviously I couldn't go. Dang. I wonder if Stephen King would be fun to meet, you know what I mean? Sometimes he just seems like he yammers kind of more incoherently than I do. He'd be fun to eat. He'd be fun to... That's his next story, Justin, and you're gonna star in it. It's called The Eater. Yeah, and every time you eat somebody, you have to say descriptions. Like you're reviewing food. Chewy but hearty. But you say it in the front of their face, as you're eating them alive. Okay. Story 4. Call Hollywood right now. Dude writes 2 books a year. Wait, yeah, who said they read it while they were hurt? Was it Moonlit View? Did you say which one was your favorite Stephen King? Stephen Kink? That's his OnlyFans writing page. Stephen King. Well, to add a fart reverb as an Easter egg. We could give it a whirl. We need some of that Stephen King work ethic, but with George R.R. Martin. Yeah, what's he up to, man? He literally might die of a heart attack before he finishes, and I think that's actually what he wants to do. Because he's a selfish bastard. That I am from a young woman who grew up in a small Siberian village called Peshinya. S. Kink. And his AO3 author name. It is kind of weird, like after you write all of those books, and I get that it's his last one, R.R. Martin and stuff, but I don't know, I guess and he has so much money, maybe he's just like not monetarily motivated, right? The Winds of Winter is the 6th book, and he's not done yet. Oh, okay, it's not his last book. Shite. 7th is Dream of Spring. Well, I better get to fucking work now. Jesus Christ. He's late. So you should do accents for reading. I think it should be fucking hilarious. What do you mean? I guess I do it in the Russian stories, but it's kind of shit. I cannot tell you my name, or where exactly I am currently. But I know that I am a young woman who grew up in a small Siberian village called Peshinya. Peshinya was home to around 500 people, families who had been there for generations. We had a difficult life living from the land, while the rest of Russia seemed to rush past ahead of us in politics and in technology. Winters were terrible, with temperatures dropping as low as negative 40 degrees Celsius or even lower. It sounds like Dracula. It does sound like Dracula. Sounds Russian/Arab. Perfect. That's Siberia, baby. Do a Filipino accent. I am from the Philippines. Yeah, you know, this is from this, like, where I'm. You know, I like LeBron James. Big fan of LeBron James. And have you seen the new Marvel movie? Have you seen the new Marvel? I like LeBron James and Marvel movies. Oh, when Thanos, have you seen when Thanos goes, he snaps his fingers? It's a specific Filipino. You guys don't know him. But he loved LeBron James. He loved Marvel. And he was very fat. Okay. I'm from the Philippines. I do a Mexican accent. Yeah, what's a Mexican? Okay. Mexican. I cannot tell you my name or where I am currently, but I am a young woman who grew up in a small Siberian village we call Peshinya. Peshinya is home of around 500 people, families who had been there for like generations, and we had a difficult life growing from the land, but while the rest of Russia seemed to like rush past us, ahead of us in the politics and the technology. Winters are no good, and if the temperature drop really, really low, snow is like a pile up, but it's super high above your head to make tunnels between the houses. And say Putagina. What's Putagina? You're gonna get me banned. I sound like Sling Blade. My fabulous accent. What's the fabulous one? My name is Jeff. Oh. Okay. Oh, my gay accent. I don't have a gay accent. It's almost time. I'm so nervous. What does the new year hold? Bro, it's fucked, man. Everybody here is like just killing just killing everyone. Okay. I cannot tell you my name or where exactly I am currently, but know that I am a young woman who grew up in a small Siberian village called Peshinya. 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 Alright, I gotta hear this said, actually. Pagina. Kopi. Copycat. Here you are a copycat. Maybe I'll have it right in... Oh my gosh. Pichinia. Whatever. Whatever. You get the idea. A very special set of skills. I can't tell you my name or where exactly I am currently, but know that I am a young woman who grew up in a small Siberian village called Peshinya. Peshinya was home to around 500 people, families who had been there for generations. We had a difficult time living from the land while the rest of Russia seemed to rush past ahead of us in politics and technology. Winters were terrible, with temperatures dropping as low as -40 degrees Celsius or even lower. Snow would pile up so high that we would have to make tunnel paths between the houses. We would burn... You gotta be up in 5 hours? You better get some sloips. What's up, honey Manoozy? How we doing? 60-degree nudist weather coming. 60 degrees is so hot, you just gotta take your clothes off. We would burn wood or coal in our stoves to stay warm, and cars had to be left running all night sometimes just to keep the engines from freezing. Summer was better, much better, but there were still things which made it hard, like the middle of summer where there was daylight for almost a week, or the swarms of mosquitoes that plague us at night and leave us with bites. But summer also gave us the chance to gather berries or fish in the rivers, because even during the easier times of the year, our lives revolved around survival. As the oldest daughter in a family of 5 children, I helped Mama with household chores from a very young age. I would help milk the cow, feed the chickens, and I would help chop firewood too. And this was a very important part of our lives because the only heating that we had came from a traditional Russian stove made of bricks. And once the stone had risen, we would bake bread and make kasha, a kind of buckwheat porridge for our breakfast. You know, it's kind of like hard to read everything, man. Like, what the freak? Man, it's like it's like fascist propaganda, man. You know, it's not even like that many people died and stuff, dude. Like, just chill out, man. Once the sun had risen, we would bake bread and make kasha, a kind of buckwheat porridge for our breakfast. Our school was a one-room building a few kilometers away, and we were taught math, Russian literature, and history. But that history was simply a mix of Soviet propaganda and horror stories from the early 90s when everything fell apart after perestroika. Okay, how the hell did I like mention propaganda and it literally appears in the next fucking sentence? That's kind of funny. Hey, Dirk Blee, welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Perestroika. What the hell is perestroika? In the former Soviet Union, the policy or practice of restructuring or reforming the economic and political system, first proposed by Leonid Brezhnev in 1979 and actively promoted by Mikhail Gorbachev, perestroika originally referred to increased automation and labor efficiency, but came to entail greater awareness of economic markets and the ending of central planning. The ending of central planning. Huh. Interesting. I would pay Joel a full $1 to sound like Speedy Gonzalez. A full $1. A full $1? An entire dollarino. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, sorry. We were taught math, Russian literature, and history, but that history was simply a mix of Soviet propaganda and horror stories from the early 90s when everything fell apart after perestroika. And after school, I'd help tend the vegetable garden in summer or mend clothes by candlelight in winter. Meals were simple: potatoes, cabbage, pickled mushrooms from the forest, and whatever meat Papa could hunt or trade for. My grandmother, a tough babushka who survived Stalin's era, taught me embroidery and herbal remedies and told us how life was better when Papa Yosef was in charge. We didn't have much, and we didn't get internet until 2011, and even then only at the community center. But since electricity was unreliable, blackouts were common, especially in remote areas, so sometimes there was no TV or radio at all. As a teenager, seeing pictures and videos online made me long for a life in a big city like Novosibirsk. So me and my boyfriend Yevgeny love the Russian accent as he's Ukrainian. Has been watching you forever. You're like a core part of our relationship history for the past couple of years. Ah, it's amazing. Thank you. Much love for my Russian brethren. And Ukrainian, sorry. I partake in the polar dip. It's not the full plunge. This is where you put only a south mouth in the snow. A south mouth? Just slightly dusting your bits for a cool tingle. Cool tingulation. Can you ask your boyfriend how to say Novosibirsk? Oh, it works. Novosibirsk. Novosibirsk. Okay, that is how you say it. Okay. 7 minutes till 2026. Oh yeah, you guys, wait. No, you got 1 minute till 2026, bro. For West Coast people. Ivan the Demon. I do kind of sound like fucking Adam Sandler when he does his Dracula voice. As a teenager, seeing pictures and videos online made me long for life in a big city like Novosibirsk or even Moscow, where a girl could study or find a job. But for Siberian children like me, opportunities in those places were few and far between. Little did I know, but one day I would get my wish. But we have a saying in Russia, one that I hear is very similar to an English phrase: be wary of your desire. One night, in the winter of 2022, the village was awoken by the sound of a very large and very loud explosion. The boom of the explosion woke everybody up, but it sounded very distant as it was so high in the sky. But then, the shockwave hit us, making everything rattle and shake, and you could hear the sound of children crying in their beds all over the village. I called out to my papa to ask him what was going on, and he said he did not know who Happy New Year! Crappy poop year! Light the rockets. He just said it so directly. You did awesome. Thank you so much for the shout out, bro. We were so stoked. The best ever. Absolutely. No, it's good to see you guys. Thank you. It's funny. There's actually a lot of couples who like listen to the show kind of together, and that makes me feel good. It's like I get to crawl up in between you guys' sheets and just kind of chill. Like maybe I'm a dog, or maybe I'm a cat. Maybe I'm just like a little fat cat who wants to sleep with his family, you know? But I can also talk. I'm a talking cat. The boom of the explosion woke everybody up, but it sounded very distant as it was so high in the sky. But then, the shockwave hit us, making everything rattle and shake, and you could hear the sound of children crying in their beds all over the village. I called out to my papa to ask him what was going on. He said he didn't know as he put on his boots and clothes and then ran out into the snow to look up into the sky. We all did, some not even bothering to put on shoes or overcoats. And when he looked up into the sky, we saw it. There was a huge fireball, so large that I would never imagined it possible, and had I not seen it with my own penis. Will I be your marriage counselor? Dude, I feel like it makes me sad that like marriage counseling even has to happen. Like, maybe getting married, maybe nobody's supposed to do it. Guys, new plan. No one gets married. We just exist near each other and make babies. And you stay out of my man cave. Happy New Year, spending time with you is the best. Wish you were here with us and could totally cuddle too. Yevgeny said they wouldn't mind. Well, if he says it's okay. And I just cannonball off the high dive in the room. It's a waterbed. Married people are always so radioactively cringe. Yeah, I feel like I gotta make it happen soon, but at the same time, it's like, what if you get into it and you're just, children, that is. What if you have kids and you're just like, holy fuck, I'm gonna rip my hair out. There was a huge fireball, so large I would never have imagined it possible had I not seen it with my own eyes, and it lit up the sky like hell itself had replaced the clouds. We all stood there watching as the flames burned out, churning out smoke so thick it blocked out the moon. And then, the first pieces of debris started falling to earth. It was just small pieces at first that pitter-pattered off the roof of our homes like raindrops, but then the larger pieces started to hit the ground too, and those did not sound so pleasant, especially not the pieces that screamed as they burned. We had to take cover in our homes as pieces of whatever had exploded above us smashed into our houses. It was the most scared I had ever been in my life, and my mother and father used their own bodies to shield us as large pieces of metal began smashing into the house. I have a memory of my father rushing to soak a blanket in water before throwing it over a piece of flaming debris that had smashed through our roof. He stopped our home from burning to the ground, but others were not so lucky. 8 people. Dude, I was just thinking, like, that'd be so crap. I mean, I remember hearing about the tungsten. Remember the tungsten bombs that they just dropped from space? And then it's not radioactive, but it can cause an explosion as big as a nuke. But I was just thinking, like, what if that was like something that they like dropped over Russia just to show Russia, like, look what we could do, and then you would just have to say it was a meteor or some shit, or like you would have no idea it's a bomb. I mean, you would think they would detect it over their their airways or whatever, but fake news. Kinetic energy gets absorbed by the Earth. Earth big. Oh. Well, that makes sense, I guess. Kinetic energy. You don't think you could have enough kinetic energy to create like a huge crater, though? Like a fucking... I mean, like... If you drop it from far enough and have enough velocity with a certain size, wouldn't it just mimic a fucking, like an asteroid falling? Yeah, wait, wouldn't it just mimic an asteroid falling and still destroy everything within like a certain radius and not need like an explosion or whatever? You could even set up like rockets behind it to like shoot it down faster into the earth. Into the earth. No, Joel, no. You can't just say no. Like if your dog does something bad, you can't smack it with a hammer. It's not going to know what it did bad. You got to give it like something else, like a little, maybe like a little stuffed animal that squeaks to replace it. Samiki B82, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Space Needle. Russia dropped the biggest bomb in midair. It was called the Tsar bomb or something. I do recall that. But I feel like that's the biggest that we know of. And I imagine we would have other technologies at this point that freaking blow our minds, dude. Hey, Happy New Year, Mikasa. Mikasa. Space Needle gets lit through on 4th of July and New Year's Eve. Can you see the Space Needle? Because my friend told me earlier today she couldn't see it. I mean, I can't see it. It's so small. Are we supposed to be able to see it? That's like the last thing I want to see in the night sky is some artificial bullshit. Tic Tac UFOs are really coolest tech right now. Oh, you've seen the... what is that triangular... the triangular, like, black triangle? You know what I'm saying. Let's see. Black triangle... ship? Yeah, the TR-3B or whatever. That's old tech. What do we have now? You really think the Tic Tac is the only thing that is good? Is it just like... And the Tic Tac uses... Does it use 0-point energy and does it use anti-gravity? You know what? What are some of the highest levels of technology we have as stated from the Tic Tac, like the UAP from a few years back. I mean, yeah, some people speculate that a lot of that is just reverse engineered alien tech, that they just pretend it's alien, but it's actually government owned or whatever. The fact that we observed few nights using Vera telescope, it's super new, and discovered millions of new galaxies is mind-blowing. Wait, what do we observed few nights using Vera telescope? Wait, I hadn't heard about this. What's that? Giant confetti cannons would be sick. According to Oppenheimer movie, they didn't even know how long the chain reaction would go with their initial nuclear bomb, and they just did it anyways. That is kind of insane. To me, that's got to be a narrative that must be embellished, because why the fuck would you do that? I almost feel like sometimes people just like add shit in there just to make it sound cool. Okay, the TR-3B Astra, the Black Triangle craft, claimed classified craft developed under Project Aurora, massive triangular aircraft seen worldwide, uses anti-gravity or electrogravitic propulsion, plasma field around hull to reduce mass and radar visibility, can hover silently, can accelerate instantly and make impossible turns. Alleged from Edgar Foch, repeatedly triangle sightings over U.S., Belgium, Phoenix. Oh yeah, the Phoenix sightings. I thought those were interesting. Project Aurora, the late 80s, 90s conspiracy, a hypersonic replacement for the SR-71. Mach 6 plus capable aircraft operated out of Area 51 and RAF Machrihanish in Scotland, used pulse detonation, scramjet tech, created the skyquakes over California. Why people believe it. Reverse engineering alien craft. This is Bob Lazar, Area 51 staple. U.S. government has recovered alien craft located at Groom Lake, S4. Wright-Patterson AFB, attempting to reverse engineer propulsion. Craft used gravity wave manipulation. Element 115 reactors, 0-point energy. Blah, blah, blah. TR-6 Telos, Space Force level aircraft. The successor conspiracy to the TR-3B. Oh, we're already at that point? Damn. Want an anti-gravity machine so I can float around. I mean, it would be sick. Like a hover around, just go around Walmart. Floating. Then they could make the shelves really high. I can't remember in the show, but they had a robot daughter with a son and the mother and the father. She used to have a red dress and she was like a 9 or 10. I don't know. An anti-gravity carpet would be sick. You should do a Saturn Soul episode of Ettore Majorana and his disappearance. What's his about? Was he abducted? I don't want to rewatch Alf, but now I have a morbid curiosity. Helium balloons will have it now. Dude, let's see what the TR-6 Telos, if it's a successor to the TR-3B. Oh, it's just kind of like, it's triangular, but you cut out the middle thing. So, oh, it just looks like the fucking stealth bombers, bro. Man, it looks stupid as shit. It looks like a big-ass boomerang, bro. I'm sure we gotta have cooler stuff than this. Electromagnetic anti-gravity black projects, functional anti-gravity drive reactionless engines, field propulsion that bends space-time around the craft, tech drive from Nazi Die Glocke programs, Nikola Tesla papers, recovered craft, connected conspiracies, Philadelphia experiment, Montauk project, light-bending cloaking aircraft, not just stealth, literally invisible, uses adaptive camouflage, light warping materials, could be why UFOs appear or vanish instantly, hypersonic plus exotic weapons platform, aircraft capable of Mach 10, aircraft-mounted direct energy weapons, flying particle beam platforms, scalar energy weapons. I've heard of scalar before. Isn't that what when you pray, don't you send out scalar waves or something weird like that? You're basically correct, and I'm disgusted. They couldn't calculate the extent and duration of the fallout. They could calculate the power of the explosion. That's irritating. They couldn't calculate the extent and duration of the fallout. They could calculate the power of the explosion. That's... Oh wait, so was it made up? Or was the thing... Sorry. Anyways, what if Alien's favorite TV show was Seinfeld?
This is my favorite.
The movie plot thing was bullshit. Oh my god, dude, real. I was gonna say, like, you don't just, like, try to blow up the atmosphere casually. That's hilarious. That movie fucking sucked, too. Everybody was circle jerking with that and, like, Barbie, and those are two, like, the most overplayed out nonsense I've ever seen. I'm not trying to be mean, it's just, like, our standards for movies are so fucking low anymore. Explained that he had no choice to use the only means available to him, meant that he could be outmatched in head-on confrontation. What are we talking about here? He claimed it posed a significant threat to... Oh wait, I'm dumb. We're on this one. He stopped our home from burning to the ground, but others were not so lucky. 8 people lost their lives that night, and almost twice the amount of homes burned to the ground. In the morning, we looked outside and gasped at the destruction. We were used to taking care of ourselves, so we did not expect any help from the local government, not for weeks or even months anyway. So when a large number of soldiers arrived that very same day, we were all very happy. But they were not there to help us. Not really. And the first thing that they did was tell us to stop attempting to clean up and repair our homes. They were not there to help us rebuild our homes. They had arrived to take us away from them. They explained it was too dangerous to stay there, and that if we joined them at a camp that they had arranged for us, they could feed us and treat our wounded until it was safe to return again. This we welcomed much more readily, and the army were true to their word, as conditions at the camp were good. Their medics treated our wounded, and we were all interviewed by the same pair of officers who were very sympathetic and consoling in their questioning. We had suffered a terrible tragedy, and they simply wanted to figure out what had happened. They also assured us that our home would be rebuilt, and we'd be able to return as soon as it was safe to do so. But this was just one of the many lies to us, and soon it became clear that something strange was going on. Apart from a few particular incidents, we were never treated poorly by the soldiers or their officers, but they did make it clear that the additional medical examinations we were subjugated. Take your clothes off. We're gonna spray you with the poop hose. Okay, I'm American, so we got an American Justin and Canadian Justin. That's funny. Wait. No, Justin Balas is American. And Joel hates Canada. I don't hate Canada. I just think it sucks. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But it does kind of suck, doesn't it? But they did make it clear that the additional medical examinations were subjugated. It's nice in the summer. Oh, that's good. That's good. Everything is, isn't it? But they did make it clear that the additional medical examinations we were subjected to were not voluntary. It's crazy how much everything in the world just exponentially advanced, you know? From like World War I to World War II to like now, it's just like you know, just keeps going up and up and up. I feel like we gotta hit some sort of point of no return. But they did make it clear that the additional medical examinations that we were subjected to were not voluntary. People who had cuts, bruises, or broken bones treated were being dragged back into the medical tents to have their blood drawn and their bodies examined. This happened to everybody too, not just those that had been hurt by the falling debris, and it happened again and again and again. They were testing for something, and they would not tell us what they were testing for. And after weeks of this, of living in tents and eating military food, there was a small rebellion in the camp, and we demanded to be able to return to our homes. The high-ranking officers told us that that area had not been repaired and rebuilt yet, so it was not safe for us to return. But we were sick of being told this. My dad said repairs would take no more than a week at most if everybody shared the work, but Army engineers had supposedly been working on it for 3 weeks and with nothing to show for it. In the end, the high-ranking officers told us that they would figure out something, and we took this to meant that we were returning Peshinia. How the fudge do you say this place again? Peshinia. Juvenile. Welcome to the Butterscotch Cult. You now have access to bonus content. I identify as a lesbian Canadian American. I heard a friend of mine told me about what it was like to eat MREs for like a solid 8 months when he was on tour or whatever, and he's like, I've never been more backed up in my entire fucking life. And it was kind of interesting too, because like you put water in it, or you shake it up and put water, and it literally like has a chemical reaction that's like cooking the food inside the bag. And it's I had like some type of like pizza, and it was really gross. Peshinia. We were returning us to Peshinia. Instead, they announced we were being moved to a suburb outside of Moscow called Mistichi. Oh my god. Russia has the funniest names for places. Like, it's just so exotic. Mystici. What the hell? Oh my gosh. Alright. We have to how to write Mystici in Russian. Space food's even worse than MREs. Not if you're a space cook. Not if you figure out that the moon is made of cheese. Opioid cheese. That's the moon. Alright. Mitishi. A mitishi. Okay, it makes more sense. It makes a couple more senses. Mutishi. Do I sleep all day and stay awake all night? Yeah, I'm kind of like a nocturnal. I go to bed somewhere between 4 and 6 a.m. And then I wake up, and then I go to the gym, and then I fucking edit my video. What are you lamowing at? You can't lamow at that, Justin. When the hell am I supposed to sleep? I'm going to treatment for an eating disorder, so your stories are probably going to be the only thing keeping me going. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, hopefully, I don't quite know what that's like, but I hope you figure it out, and I know you will. There are 3 places I want to go, and 1 is Maine, 2 is Oregon, 3 is either Jamaica, Hawaii, or Canada. Jamaica's pretty sweet. Went there for a wedding. But it's basically just like the resorts are nice and the rest is just like poverty pretty much. Bruh, calling me Burger Justin already. I like Italian food. Having 2 Justins in the chat is a little bit confusing. You might want to change your name, man. I wonder if I can change your name. Dang. Atishi. Okay, how do you say this one? Atishi. In the end, the high-ranking officers told us that they would figure something out, and we took this to mean that they were returning us to Pashinya, and instead, they announced that they were... They announced that we were being moved to a suburb outside Moscow called Mutishi. After a journey of many days by train and road, we arrived at our new home, a towering apartment block penis, balls, and shit. Your ED was so bad at falling out, but now I eat like 2 meals a day at least. Oh, I thought it said erectile dysfunction. I was like, wait, what's going on? After a journey of many days, my train... After a journey of many days by train and road, we arrived at our new home, a towering apartment block surrounded by many others just like it. But once closer, we saw ours was much different. There was a fence and guards, medical facilities had been set up on the bottom floor, although we were supposedly free to come and go. A person needed a series of military approvals to do so, which made things impossible for people who wanted to leave. And the same routine played out for us. More military food, more medical tests, and more interviews with different officers about what we saw in the sky that night. And I told them the same story over and over. Explosion, fireball, debris, then terror. And there was nothing more I could tell them, because that was all I knew. But still they asked me many questions, like they were waiting for me to say something that would sfatter. But still, they asked me many questions like they were waiting for me to say something that would finally satisfy them. Now, for weeks, we were told that Pashinya was finally being rebuilt after the engineers had cleared away all the rubble and debris. But even when they said it was finished, they still found reasons to keep us in that apartment block. My father applied for a leaver's permit again and again and again, and then over and over he was told, no, you have not the right paper, or no, you did not complete this paper properly, and had to go back to start again. I remember my mother crying one night and asking if we could ever get to leave that place. And then one day, my father came back to our apartment with a big smile on his face and told us we were leaving. I only found out later, but my father told me that he had found 2 guards doing something that they shouldn't have. He didn't say exactly what that thing was, only that they would be in a lot of trouble if their officers found out what they were doing. And the 2 soldiers asked my father what he wanted in order to keep quiet, and apparently we were too special to simply murder to keep us quiet. Dark Narrate Podcast, this channel is using your work. Let's go kill them. Just kidding. Dark Narrate Podcast. Let's take a peek. 130 subscribers, so they're pretty much millionaires.
The door. He pressed a button, and I heard the locks click. I grabbed the handle and pushed the door open.
Does this sound like me?
My phone pressed to my ear. The dispatcher was telling
Sounds like
me
an
to stay
AI
in the
version of me a
vehicle
little
if
bit.
I felt safer there, that police were close. But I didn't feel safe in the car anymore. I got out and backed away, watching him. He was still sitting there, staring at me.
So
through
cringe to like steal my voice in the form of AI. I wonder how I report it. Report violent, repulsive content, hateful or abusive harassment, bullying, harmful, dangerous acts, misinformation, literally clanker Joel, suicide, no, harmful, dangerous, no, wait, where's my, legal issue? I don't know, I'm not even going to click anything, or whatever. People will realize. I don't know why these channels even start their stuff, because it's like pretty clearly AI, and I don't even know if YouTube's even going out of their way to monetize channels like that anymore. I say that with no evidence, but my gut tells me I'm right. Maybe copyright my voice. YouTube does have something within their system. I had to do it once before, but yeah, you like basically can report them for stealing your likeness. It's like a privacy issue or something. And it worked the one time when someone was stealing my voice via AI. But I mean, 130 subscribers, I don't really care that much. Just don't steal stuff, you know, you're a bad person. What made you decide to use Saturn Soul as a name, and why do you not promote it? I do promote it. I promote it like every time a new video comes out. What? Do you guys not hear it? What? I mean, every 2 weeks a new video comes out, and I promote it on my YouTube videos and stuff. Maybe I'll do it at the beginning of this video, maybe? Is there somewhere, because what I've been doing is waiting till like the second, like the first or after the first or second story, and then putting the trailer in there. I might not be real, honestly. Everything I do is just a stimulation. Holy shit, a snow squall warning? Guys, attention. Snow squall. Personally, never heard you mention it, and I write down every word you say. It's true. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're so close. The two soldiers asked my father what he wanted in order to keep quiet. Apparently, we were too special to simply murder to keep us quiet, and he told them he wanted to leave with his family. My mother was terrified. She believed it was a trick and that the soldiers would murder him. But it was no trick. Their word was true, and the next time my father applied for a leaving permit, it was granted. We were only the third family to be permitted to leave the apartment block, and when my father met with the father of another family, he was warned that things were not over for us. The man was working as a garbage collector to earn enough money to travel back to Pashinya, as the government would not give him the money themselves for him to travel. Another sign that they did not want us to return. But that was not all. He realized that whenever he left the apartment that they were renting for just a few rubles a week. Rubles or ruples? Rupees? Rubles. Betty Rubble. You can't walk straight. Damn. I saw Saturn Soul's YouTube channel earlier today or yesterday. Subscribe to it. It's me. It's a Let's Read joint. He realized that whenever he left the apartment that they were renting for just a few rubles a week, he was being followed. Sometimes by two men in a car, and sometimes by one man just walking, but he was certain of it. Papa said that then he made a decision that he would leave Russia and seek asylum in another country. I can't tell you which country this is for reasons of personal safety, but we were very happy to be granted a hearing based on claims of medical experimentation. Papa said the person he talked to from the government here was appalled when they heard about what we had all been through, and Papa even spoke to another man from the government who asked more questions about the explosion. We've been waiting for our application to be processed for a long time now, but we are very sure that asylum will be granted to us. Sometimes I worry it will not, and we will be forced to live in another place for a long time while we wait once more, just like in the camp and the apartment. But this is only my second biggest fear. So this is 2026, huh? Not much different. Not quite what you expected, huh? Yeah, same. I feel for people who have been eating because I what you consider obese, and I wish I had the strength to not eat. I know that's rude, but when you're on the other side, that would be a blessing. Well, I don't know. The worst part for the eating disorders is obviously like all of the malnutrition processes, but then on top of that, it's like making yourself throw up to the point that you could have a heart attack from just the strain and that kind of thing. I remember there was a girl in my from my class. Her name was Claire, and she had a really bad eating disorder. And then eventually she was able to overcome it, but then eventually she got I think back into it, but then she was also addicted to cocaine. And then she would go on she would run marathons and stuff, and then she had a heart attack while running the one time. So that was really sad just because of all the strain from the eating disorder. And sometimes I worry it will not, and we will be forced to live in another place for another long time while we wait once more, just like in the camp and the apartment. But this is only my second biggest fear, returning to Russia. My first is what will happen if Russia comes for us. What the hell went over? Did this actually happen? What went? Let's look this up. Let's look this up, ladies and gents. Ladies and genitals. 2022. Look it up. My favorite is when I kind of enjoy on Instagram reading people argue with each other, because they never make it very far. They always say the most outrageous thing and then they say, look it up. Look it up. Derphead. Derpy der. Alright, there are many anecdotal UFO UAP claims across Russia and neighboring regions in various years, with reports of identified lights or objects in the sky, but nothing documented as a specific event of a Presinia in 2022 in mainstream news and reliable sources. Military and air activity in 2022, around 2022, especially with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there was an increased military flights, surveillance aircraft, and drone activity across parts of the Russia-Ukraine. Some sightings, unidentified aerial objects in the skies over Eastern Europe have been reported, though those were in Ukraine and were tied to Pashinya specifically. UFO reports in the region. Russia has a long history of reported UFO sightings, e.g. the Petrozavodsk phenomenon in 1977, but these are historical and not specifically connected to Pashinya in 2022. Huh. Huh. I don't know, whatever. Whatever the fuck, I don't give a shit. Sending the fucking UFOs. Wait, the story took place in 1986? Oh, I thought this story took place in like 2022. Maybe I read it wrong. Alright guys, we've reached the end. We are Venom. We're gonna read the outro. So if you guys think of something funny to say, that'd be sick. You gotta wake up at 9? Alright, perfect. You don't need sleep. Sleep is for the weak. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. Check out the link down below for the new video. And thanks so much, friends. And remember, oh yeah, Happy New Year, I guess I could say. I guess I could say Happy New Year, something unique, something funny. Be brave. Dracula voice. Happy New Year. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, Happy New Year. Alright. Guys, it's 2026. Let's get locked the fuck in. Not a single carb all fucking year. Don't touch them. Don't look at them. Don't put them in your mouth. Don't put anything in your mouth. Well, put enough, a good amount of stuff. Nothing bad, though. Nothing that causes cancer or makes you fat. Anyways, guys, no butt carbs. All right, I love you. Appreciate you. Thanks for sticking with me for another year. It's in the books. I don't know if anybody has written it down. Who's in charge? I think it's Ghislaine Maxwell's dad's in charge of writing the history books, so look out for his new edition coming out soon. It's probably going to include this stream. But otherwise, guys, I'm going to get these stories up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. And then I'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. Please watch it right when it comes out. It really does help. Otherwise, guys, go check out the new Saturn Soul video. It's a really interesting one. It's about a serial killer during, the Blitzkrieg era of World War II in London. And I think you'll enjoy that quite a bit. Otherwise, guys, stay safe wherever you are right now. Hopefully you didn't drink too much and get some rest. 2026 is going to be a frickin' blast. You just wait. All right. Bye.